Hiyo Nissan na watu kadhaa wakapoteza maisha. Naye mwenye lori ikaenda kama inapanda mlima. Ikagonga gari lingine Nissan ilikuwa kando. Ikaigonga ikachukua zote zilikuwa kando ikasigonga.
This event comes as the National Transport and Safety Authority has suspended 4 public transport operators following a spate of fatal road crashes recording during the December 2025 festive season. President William Ruto has maintained that the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement, that is the Nyota project, is not designed to serve partisan interests. Speaking at the Moi International Sports Centre, Kasarani, Nairobi, where he presided over the Nyota Capital Disbursement event, Ruto reiterated that the project is designed to empower young people.
Hii program si program ya siasa. Hii program ni ya biashara. Ni mnanielewa? Kuna mtu hapa ameulizwa wewe ni wa chama gani ndio ingie kwa hii program? Kwa ile maswali ilikuweko hapo. Muliambiwa what is your political party? Muliambiwa kama wewe ni wa no term. Muliulizwa kama wewe ni wa one term. Uliulizwa kama wewe ni wa two term. Uliulizwa kama wewe ni wa long term. Tunaelewana?
Ruto went on to say that the Nyota program will benefit 820,000 youth across the country and highlighted other avenues through which his administration is creating opportunities for the youth.
Tumeweka mpango kamili. Vijana wanafanya kazi katika ile program yetu ya affordable housing na markets na hostels. Watu wengi wananiuliza hawa vijana 500,000 wako wapi? Wengine tumewaambia ya kwamba Kenya hii in the last 3 years tumetuma vijana nje ya Kenya kupitia kwa mpango yetu ya export of labor. National Employment Authority wameprocess vijana 530,000 wameenda nje ya Kenya kufanya kazi.
Well, under the Nyota program, which is funded by the World Bank, youth receive 50,000 shillings as business startup capital. And security agencies have seized 84 kilograms of cannabis worth an estimated 2.52 million Kenya shillings from a Tanzania-registered bus at the Namanga border. A statement on DCI social media accounts says the operation involved officers from the Anti-Narcotic Unit, Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Wildlife Service, and the Police Dog Unit. The bus was stopped for inspection during a routine border check. Sniffer dogs detected suspicious packages concealed within the vehicle's fuel chamber. Officers recovered 4 tightly wrapped bundles containing 84 packets of cannabis, weighing a total of 84 kilograms. The 37-year-old bus driver and the conductor, who was 25, both Tanzanian nationals, were arrested at the scene. The DCI confirmed that the suspects are currently in custody pending processing and arraignment in court. The bus and the recovered narcotics have been detained as exhibits. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have learned, Dennis, okay, your own land, you use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that will reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, and just like that, it's Tuesday. When you were thinking that it would not come.
Yes. We're ready for Tuesday.
We're ready for Tuesday.
How was your night? How was since yesterday when I left you?
It was okay. You know, Monday came and went really quickly. It wasn't as crazy as I thought it was going to be. You know how you wake up on Monday morning and you think, okay, Monday blues are going to hit me in the face.
I know.
But they actually didn't. I'm just stretching to pick my things.
It's okay.
Uko haje leo asubuhi?
Uko fiti.
Uko salama?
Siwezi complain.
Wezi? Ama hauta complain?
By the way, sita complain.
Okay, very good, very good.
Choice of words, eh?
Yes, it's true.
Sita complain.
And they have power. They absolutely do. What happened over the last 24 hours?
A lot.
Sindo, others are being blamed for things that they were not being blamed for. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
But you know what? We are alive. So that's one thing to be thankful for. That you can actually get your gratitude attitude in place. Your attitude of gratitude can be in place.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Tell me.
If you were not supposed to be where you are in this very moment, you wouldn't be.
True.
Yep. There's something that you're supposed to be doing in this moment that if you weren't meant to be, you wouldn't be here. I actually believe that.
Yep.
That it's not by your own doing and it's not by your own influence, but that, you know, things are aligned in the way they're supposed to be aligned. If you were not supposed to be there, my brother, you would not be.
You would not be there.
Exactly, please.
That's true. That's true. That's true. It's like a famous YouTuber that I usually watch says, everything in life has happened the way it has for you to find yourself where you are. So regardless of the situation, it was meant to be like that. So, and everything you've done has landed you there. So
very true. Before we even go very far, please, I beg.
Yes.
Joyline, where is our chair? They stole our chair. Please return our chair because it's not possible for us to be like this.
I know.
Empty and naked and formless and desolate. Bring chair. Mwani.
We know it is.
they should go and bring it. We don't allow theft during the day or in the night.
No.
At night is armed robbery.
Yes.
Doing the robbery, violence, however you want to look at it. Stop it. Bring our chair, please. We're very happy. Awuor is in red. Maybe?
Is it red?
It's red. That's red. It's not red. I'm not colorblind.
It's like orange.
No, it's red. It's not red.
It's red.
Thank you, please. Haba.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter how we are knowing my colors. It's Tuesday. Come, where is Christine? This kind of impunity will not allow it to continue for much longer. Christine, where are you? Be coming to work on time. So we're getting things in order. Those who have tiff our chair, bring our chair back. Christine, come to work. Dennis is here. Awuor is here. Nduh is here. Getting into the morning. Thank you very much.
Enjoy your leave.
Frank is on leave for the next, 3 weeks.
Yo.
All right. We keep the caboose moving. We're going to have a couple of conversations today. I had a song in my heart.
Joy.
No. It was another song. Hey, I can't remember. I can't remember the song. But it was a very heartwarming, praise-inspiring kind of thing. Anyway, as I remember it, if I burst into it in the middle of something, don't be angry. Okay, so very good morning to you. You're getting into things this morning. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And as we get into what we'll be talking about today, say hello and a good morning from wherever it is that you're tuning in this morning. We know that some of you, the sun has set and you're going into the night. Welcome. Or is it as you're coming in to say goodbye? And for those who are on this side of the hemisphere, a very good morning to you. We are friends. Thank you for joining us this morning as we get into these conversations that we'll have today and plugging into the discourse. Somebody asked me the other day to say, why do we talk? Because if you keep quiet, you're complicit.
True. You're part of the problem.
Yes. The things that you see. It's interesting that PLO said yesterday, he said, why are people sad at a funeral? You're coming and say it's a funeral. I said, because it's a funeral.
It's a funeral one.
It is because it is how it is. If it is a wedding, then we'll be joyful. We are at a wedding, we're all clapping and dancing.
You did.
And we are eating jollof rice.
Yes.
But if it is a funeral, it is a funeral. We are saying it as it is. If it needs to get better, we will say that it needs to get better. And we need to do what we can to ensure that we are part of the process. That's why we talk, folks.
Yes.
And that's why we'll keep talking.
Someone told me that you are really negative. Every other time we call out the government, we never sit to look out at any positive things that do happen. And I told him to just listen to the show. Listen to the show.
It's okay.
Yeah.
There's no problem. If it so happens that the things that are being said are negative, then you have to ask yourself the question, oh my God, why? Is it because you see? It's like looking in a mirror. And the mirror only gives back what you put in front of it.
True.
So, hey, we're saying what's in the mirror.
Come to the party.
Exactly. So, but either way, we can be gracious and grateful in those situations and be optimistic that things can get better if we're involved in the process. Hey, I've started preaching this morning. Sorry, don't be angry. We are having a couple of conversations today, actually 3. We'll let you know what those are as we get into things today. It was promising to rain. I actually heard, unless I was dreaming, or my dreams have become so much more picturesque nowadays, but I heard the rumblings of the sky. Did I hear thunder somewhere, or was my dream?
I don't know, I can't remember. The things I dreamt of last night,
They were not thunderous. Okay.
I dreamt that I was in Burkina Faso and I was being attacked in the... I don't know, man.
You were in Burkina Faso?
Burkina Faso.
Sorry, let's just rewind this story just a little bit. Because let me tell you something. I rarely forget the things that I am told.
I know.
Shebi, there was one... soft, yellow girl from Burkina Faso. Stevie. The one I was going to say, the one that had a gentleman's name.
Yes, Stevie.
Okay. So
I was in Burkina Faso, but I wasn't there to actually see Stevie, no.
Okay.
I was just visiting the country, and all of a sudden, they started attacking the country. And I found myself running. Okay. I don't know what that meant, man.
Running to you. I'll be running to... Okay, it's okay. We'll see how we are going to dissect this dream later. Call me Joseph.
Yeah.
We'll see how we'll dissect
this dream. But tell me what I was doing to Burkina Faso.
I said, well, I'm saying after, wait now. I said, we'll see how. We'll figure it out.
I'm going to see the changes, man. You know?
Yeah,
the things they're doing. What African leaders need to learn.
Okay, perhaps. Maybe so, they say that you dream the things that you have spent your time thinking about.
Yeah.
So let us see. Either way, it shall be revealed.
Yeah, but Stevie is fine.
It shall be revealed to us.
But Stevie is fine.
Okay. I'm not asking questions. Just going with the flow. Sour. All right. So let's, as we've seen of dreams and revelations, at 7 o'clock, the Honorable Joe Kagoshia, who is the Member of Parliament for Mukurweini, will join us in the presence of John Mark Ketora, who is the ODM Youth League President. We're going to be looking into the Mount Kenya question because, the hill, it's not a hill. Ooh, I can't remember. It's a mountain.
It's a mountain.
The people from the mountain, whether you're going to give your votes, whether you gave your votes, whether you're keeping your votes, what is this whole thing that we keep going into? Let's look at it one more time. That will the votes actually be kept in the pocket of Rigathi Gachagua, and will you now say we're not going to give William Ruto votes anymore because I don't know. So we're going to look into this conversation, these two gentlemen at 7. It's important enough for us to have a conversation because we're looking at geographical area and we're looking at a high percentage of the population. And the question is, do they even know that they're being packed like peas in a bag when it comes to votes? Do they know? We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. We will then speak with an advocate and deputy party leader of Safina Party, who's Willis Otieno. He joins us at 8 o'clock. He's been quite on something in the last couple of weeks, talking about development in his area and calling out members of parliament who are supposed to have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in terms of legislation when it comes to development in there, and he's been quite on that. And also the politics of the day when he says, you know what, if Raila Odinga were here, certain things would not happen. We're having a conversation with him at 8 o'clock. Party politics, commitment or calculation. Ahmed Hashi is a governance expert. He will join us. There was an interesting conversation that started to mushroom from yesterday, and that is it time perhaps that Kenya and other African nations started to form their own kind of democracy? Can it be called something else? Because if you want to fit into this box that other nations with different peoples then were able to create, how does it work for you? And then you're saying it's democratic. It's not, according to their definition. It's not, so is it time? And let's look at the different examples as to how we can all be plugged into that. So those are the conversations that we have from 7 o'clock this morning. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Nduh, Okoh and Dennis Aseto with you today. Karibu sana, and thank you for joining us already. Our audience on KTN, thank you for being here. As we get into these conversations today, thank you for joining us. Well, you took us yesterday to Angola, one of the only 2 Lusophone countries in Africa. The other is, Guinea-Bissau. Something like that. Sao Tome and Principe. Okay, there are 3.
Principe.
Anyway, just please.
And we've just established it is the 7th largest country in the continent, rich in oil, gold, right? And the proverb today, you would love this one.
Okay.
A healthy person who pretends to be sick will soon be found out.
Yeah. You're saying we are fine. Everything is okay. We are intact. There's no problem. Okay. You end up with your bowels in your hands.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you end up with your bowels in your hands.
Yeah.
Just say things as they are. And if it is bad, let's try and fix it. If it's good, we carry on. But this pretending that you're doing that everything is okay and we're not okay.
Yeah.
Whether it is a political party with 3 letters, or whether it is the country as a whole, if you're not okay, you're not okay, and it's going to be found out very soon.
Yeah.
So, that's my interpretation.
Jite mkutano, baba. Jite mkutano. One of these fine days, you might just slip a word out there and Allah, kumbe all this time you were right and you were wrong. Yes. Because at the end of the day, we keep saying, the macro level is doing well, pesa mfukoni and everything else. You need not go far. Just go to these shops and ask people how their business are. Just speak to anyone on the roads and ask them how things are. But if you say the contrary, very soon you'll be found out.
Yeah. And you get your answer.
Jite mkutano, baba.
Yeah.
Yes.
So these are some of the things that we're looking at. I dare say that our 7 o'clock conversation will be going into that. Guys, have a meeting because all this one that you're talking outside, we can see. We can actually see.
Yes.
All right, so let's say a very good morning to you as you're tuning into the show today. Tell us where you're tuned in from. And we're like, come, where is Amani? Amani is 3 years old and she was greeting us in the morning and asking her mother why she had not listened to the show. Then you disappear. You bring our Amani back for us, I beg.
Yes.
Where is Amani? Mama Amani.
We want Amani
We
back.
want Amani back,
Yes.
please, so that she can tell us how things are going.
Yes.
A 3-year-old is interested in these conversations, guys. And those are some of the things that we look into, and it's fun to be able to do. But it's very important that we start young. And so please, the long and short, we want Amani back. Okay. Mama Mani, I know you're listening. Leo, good morning. He says, hello, Princess Nduh, good morning to you. And Tallman.
Yes.
Nyota and that 6K story are just a newer version of Hustler Fund. For political convenience, once power is achieved, another honey trap is set. Excuse me, please.
Yes, ask.
I know we are greeting people. However, it's necessary for me to understand something. 50 billion shillings is the amount of money that went into the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
We are told that some 11 billion shillings, we can't find it. Okay, it's under the table. Somebody swept it under the carpet. Okay, fine. Where did 39 billion shillings go? People borrowed it. Did Kenyans borrow 39 billion shillings and refused to return it? Remember that we were told that when you borrow some money, some of it, I don't know, if they gave you 500 shillings, I don't know what percentage of went into your savings.
Into your savings.
Where is that savings place? Where is that place where that remaining money is?
I think you're even going really far. So who was managing this fund?
Okay. All right. That's a good question. Because what on earth is going on?
If you want to borrow money, you go to a SACCO, you go to a bank, you go to a Shylock, you go in Lipapole, anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you know where you are going.
You know where you're going, and they have your details, right?
Even if you call, somebody's on the other side of the phone.
Who's
right?
managing the fund?
Yeah. Who is managing the fund, though? Where did 50 billion shillings go? And people who refuse to return. Okay, this is interesting because the current CS before he was a CS told this is our money, you don't have to pay back. Now he's a CS and he has told people pay back the money. So did they pay back? Is there a bank account somewhere? Is it a Hustler Fund SACCO?
Thank you.
Is it under the mattress in the CS's office? What is it? Where is it? Did all of they said 11 billion shillings in administrative something cannot be found. So where did the rest of it go? Leo, you see the kind of worms that you've now opened this morning as you were greeting us today.
Who are the fund managers?
Yeah. Where did it go? And are we just going to forget about it? And now we're doing Nyota and 6K and all these other things.
And if someone has not repaid for 3 years, right? So question is, who are the auctioneers who've been sent to recoup that money?
Voila.
Watu, jitene mkutano again.
Kiari Peter says, good morning, tuning from Mombasa. Even on the days you feel tired, remember, resting is not giving up. It's preparing your heart to continue. Absolutely.
True.
Tupac Shakur, Saseni? No, Bana. We're supposed to be rapping the song first. Come with another one. We don't want that one. We want Ilea Tupac. Michael Olande, Mwaramut say to you too, brother. Good morning. Tuning from Mombasa is Robertson Burger this morning. Don Sabwa, good morning into good morning. Ask Aseto, how does Nyota Fund translate into better, hence grow the economy? Or is it just like women empowerment, Hustler Fund handouts? How are you, Aseto?
Mimi niko poa. How does it translate? I mean, we'd have to look at individuals who've taken that money to see what it did to them, because then again, we can't just dispute everything about it. We have to look at the success rate and compare that with ROI, return on investment.
And I'm telling you,
let's look at it.
Sure. And if it works, I think it's fantastic.
It
works, absolutely great. Humphrey Moshoga, good morning, tuning from the county of Kiabu. Good morning to you. How are you doing? Karibu Sana. Thank you for being here this morning. Washington Okechi says, good morning, tuning from Cambridge in Massachusetts. Man, I gotta miss it. I got to visit Massachusetts. I want to live in the northeastern US for some time. Bye. But Dr. Venvick says, good morning from Tudor in Mombasa. Leo said, something interesting happened yesterday. When the Safaricom CEO was speaking, it's not what he said, rather than what he didn't say. The raised eyebrows and the endless defense of why shares must be sold. You feel like there's something? Okay. Your conspiratorial hat is on this morning, but okay. Rogers Nyange, good morning. Watching in from Birikani in Voi. Hope you're well this morning. Tuning from Preston in the UK is Rahim Tula Omar and said, we are still headed to Singapore. No. Okay, maybe you can go for holiday, but come on, guys. Come back. Gee, build your own. Eric Awuor says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you, Eric. Hope you're well. Peter Chiari says, we lived... Yes, you're talking to each other now. Goodyear says, good morning. Hi, Spice FM. Well, a very good morning to you. I am Bernardito, is tuned in this morning. Princess Nduh and Dennis, what will happen to our children after the date 21 deadline of reporting to school? Well, I don't know.
Can I tell
There's
you what
hundreds
will
of
happen?
thousands of children who've not gone? Sure.
There's one thing that keeps on happening in the country. The dates keep on being pushed forward.
It was 12th.
Yep.
Another week. Now another week of the 21st. And
Because
trying to get all
remember,
these kids to school.
there's a time when we saw one Fred Matiang'i and Magoha going to the remotest villages in this country, mopping kids and making sure that they go to school. Have we seen that happen? Thank you.
Okay. So...
I don't want to talk about the CS.
It's okay.
The man is too quiet for me to even address him, so yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's be okay. Mrs. K says, good morning and hello, everybody. Well, good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Nduh, Aseto, and the usual suspects. Isakale, we see you. Methinks the present crop of leaders is the reason there are instructions on the shampoo bottle. Do not drink.
Check well before use.
Do not ingest. Yeah. If you ingest, please see a doctor.
Drink a lot of water.
Yeah. Drink. Hey, is that your right, man?
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Please close your eyes.
Close
if
your
it
eyes.
goes to your eyes, wash with a lot of water. Yes.
Jamani.
Yeah.
Good morning from Atiak in Uganda. Oh, Tibbs Muge, we also see you this morning. Good morning, SpiceFM team. The government wants to bribe influencers 100,000 shillings to do what? I like the term bribe. What about the communication department? Word of mouth homophily. This is true because you need to hire influencers because in their own right, they hold a certain jurisdiction and the government actually is paying money for them to improve the... It's you know what it is? It's PR for government. If you need to do that... then you have to ask yourself the question about what happened to get you there in the first place.
Yeah.
This month, anyway. See, I've woken up in peace today.
Nduh.
I don't want to shout.
There's no peace, my friend.
Peace like a river.
Here's the thing.
Attendeth my way.
If you have delivered to the people of Kenya, the people of Kenya, including the influencers, will do that job free of charge. Because all they will need to do is to take photos of your job and post it. They will use all those facilities.
We don't even take pictures. See, we would see.
Kenyans will see. The economy will speak.
Hello.
I'm sorry, man.
Okay. See, let me tell you that Joseph Okondo is greeting you from Chude in Mombasa.
Yes.
And also, Rogers Lies tuned in. Sabal Heri Spice kutoka Mombasani. Well, good morning to you. And Jose Mahenda says, good morning to you. Rahim Tula is asking, where is Desmond Otis? Okay, munasalimiana uko ndani. It's good. Love from Arizona says, Nahashon Goge. Great job you all do. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Nyakundi Emmanuel also says, good morning, Team Spice. Does this government value education really? No. Period. There's even no need to add anything else to that statement. Good morning. Yes. Good morning, Aseto. Have a nice day. This is Jimmy Munuthi. What is Trump to need your vision here? Maybe you need to go over that again so we can understand exactly what it is you're saying, sir. Beja, good morning. Tuned in from Paddington in the UK. Very good morning to you. Ramtula says something is rotten in the state of Denmark. I know. By the way, go and read Hamlet. If you can, when you can, if you see what was going on in those times, you will then, if you see, you'll understand, number one, that phrase, and then maybe a clearer understanding of exactly what is going on here. But for sure, something definitely is a stinking. Okay. Okay, so I've skipped a couple of people. Very sorry about that. Good year says, good morning, Nduh. Why are you talking in Proverbs? Which one did I talk in? Which one? Christine is making Nduh speak in Nigerian language. There are over 400 Nigerian languages. Be specific. Jennifer Cheney says, good morning, Nduh, Dennis, Spice family, and the tech team. Frank, enjoy your leave. See, now you've gotten all the details. Frank, where you are, listen and wake up. Because then you can go back to sleep after you finish. Kiplang Pascal says, good morning, Nduh and Dennis from Bomet. Tell the Governor Barchok to wake up and work. He's barely doing anything. Okay. Ooh, violence is what we've chosen this morning.
Violence? No. Sema kutoke.
Sema. Just say it.
Yeah.
It's okay. You get it off of your chest.
Yeah.
Essentially. Tibbs Muge says a song recommendation, Damian Marley, Speak Life. Right. Nduh and Aseto, where is your dream travel destination? I don't know. I have many.
Yeah.
I have many.
Singapore is just one of them. To the actual Singapore.
I have many. Some of them I've been to. I haven't been yet, but still ticking off the bucket list. Kilifi is one of them. I've been to several times. I love that county. Also,
I just want to go to Abuja, though. I really want to visit Abuja. I've never been to Abuja.
Come, I take you to Millionaire City.
See? We have a date.
Bas, I take you to Millionaire City. Let me not just talk too much just now. D. Callow says 100 million a year to pay influencers to lie to the people is nasty work. Christina, good morning to you. You said political dreams, Nduh. Dennis, the mind is in Burkina Faso, the body is in Kenya. Paul, Jennifer, this is Jennifer, your birthday mate. Munaelewana and your neighbor. Munaelewana on another level. Evans Dande says good morning. Hope Mkamkapoa to tune from Sony Sugar.
Awendo.
Good morning to you. Oh, that's Awendo?
Yes.
All right. Also, a very good morning to you, Cliff Sunday, tuning from Kajiado. Quick question. Why is it so easy and convenient to be launching projects that result and impacts are never seen? It's the politics of hoodwink. I know. That's a good question. I mean, it's easy to spend money that's not yours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Samuel Murady says, good morning. You're doing good work. Tune in from Ongata Rongai. Thank you so much for tuning in. Abere Bethwell is tuned in this morning. Tuned in from Kilifi, Ganze sub-county. Wish my wife, Hannah, a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Hannah, Abere's wife. May you have many more. And may Abere treat you better and better every day as the days pass. Cindy, yes, that's a great wish. Asubu in Jema Waku, we thank God for a new day. They're gonna be moons, Nyota. Okay, next one is Mwezi. Okay, sorry. What is this? Andrew Shearer, good morning. Patrick Nzoma, good morning. And the entire Spice team, good morning to you. 100 million. You think 100 million? Count it. Start counting. If you start counting 100 million now, by 10 o'clock, you'll now have finished.
Wait. If you're given 100 million, your constituency might just look like
I even go and build a house on Jupiter.
Would look like Keharu.
A mansion on Jupiter.
Yes.
You guys will be coming to visit me, spaceship.
Yeah.
Where? I'm telling you. Samakweli, good morning to you. It's an insult to Gen Z and Kenyans that Kazango bribes youth 5K to attend these meetings. Where? John Geshoki, good morning to you. A very, very good morning. Samakweli, I see your frustration. I get it. Livingston Onogu. Wait, Greetings from Nairobi. My sister Nduh and brother Dennis. Keep the flames up. Reverend Dr. Levinus Onogu. I don't even have to tell me that in Nigeria. Good morning, sir. My prince, good morning. Kimani Wamatangi said he will fast for 40 days and 40 nights and pray. He should keep his promise. Has he started? And this fasting are we talking about is just water, fasting, drinking liquids, or are you eating in the evening? Or is it fasting from lunch? Please be specific.
Fast and pray. I can't remember it. Yeah, it's fast and pray, Baba. It's allowed.
It's true.
We wish you well.
We wish you well as well. Jose Mahinda, keep up, my friend. It's been a while, so let's just keep up and let's keep things moving, shall we? Stanley Ngashe says, good morning. Morocco appealing for a rerun of the final is the funniest thing. It's diabolical. It's
Let
crazy.
me tell you. The drama.
Kikombe, ime?
Let me tell you. It is now in the treasure chest of Senegal.
Imeenda Dakar.
Do with that information what you want.
Kikombe, iko Dakar. So this thing of
machungu ni nini? Mlipigwa.
If you had one, you'd be asking for a real. I better go and sit down, my friend.
Sit down, but
don't be disturbing us here anyhow.
Shut up.
Baga Joshua seems to believe that Nyota is Hustler Fund 2.0. All right. Okay. Andrew says, Twendeni Singapore, passports and visa upuzi. Hiyo mambo na shule deno Nduh sisemi kitu. I wonder why MPs are defending this government. I play my part and chip in kwa watoto in need and government iko wapi. It's true. It's a question. I saw, the very sad story that, the Standard had covered of this young boy this learner who had made his way with good results and is in a dump site collecting scrap.
True.
And somebody got on X yesterday and said, guys, where are we with this story? It is clear nobody's going to, so people are going to come together to actually help him out to put his school fees together. And that's what you're doing. That the citizenry is subsidizing a role that is in the Constitution enshrined to ensure that children go to school.
Yes.
It didn't happen.
Remember, the Constitution says it is what? Mandatory.
It is.
And it should be free.
It is. Ongaga Aken says we should visit Ki and Nyamira counties and see the level of dilapidation there in the schools and hospitals. We're just living by the grace. I'm telling you, this grace is a serious thing. Andrew is asking why we need political parties, taxpayers' money. Seriously, we need to amend the law. There's so much that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Taking that note to say very good morning to everybody and thank you for joining us as we do. There are many pain points in the conversations that we have. And whereas a lot of things that are happening are negative, you can look for the positive. But if there's that means, you know what? I always say if something is going bad, that means you can do something about it. And we can make it better. We can discuss it. We can talk about the solutions. We can talk about where we need to be. We need to have a woke citizenry, guys. We need to have people who are speaking out, and not just speaking because you don't have anything to say, but speaking because you see the problem and you know that we have to get to, and you're involved in looking for a better solution.
Nduh, I think it's also important to note that even when something is doing well and it's positive, there's always room for improvement.
For sure.
That means at every single point, everything has to work at its optimum level. You know, so even if it's working, you can improve it, work on it. If it's not working, talk about it, fix it, so that you move together.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Okay. So let's look into the headlines. Joyline, how far? Nothing yet. No, is she there? I'm just looking at myself. Okay.
Kuna jam.
Kuna jam mahali. All right. The Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, and the headline on The Standard today, Gevi, EACC, and NYS. So you ask, how many people does it take to put screw in a light bulb? A fresh 6.2 billion shilling NYS payout has reopened one of Kenya's most enduring corruption riddles and placed the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in the dock. Court filings seen by The Standard show the EACC once helped clear most of the very claims it now calls fictitious. Salala. Allah. Before rushing to court to stop payments. Oh God in heaven. At the center is Benson Ben Geviwa Goyi, a convicted forger, acquitted NYS suspect, and self-declared billionaire. You know, you can just go and be telling people that I'm a billionaire. I'm a billionaire.
If you call me a millionaire, it's a problem. Remember Trump?
How dare you call me a millionaire? Long named in parliamentary probes as the operational brain behind the looting of public funds. So this guy, it's not his first run in the rodeo.
Nope.
He's been here before, and his name has come up again. As the state wavers, billions hang in the balance, and accountability once again slips away. It's like Mackenzie. His name had shown up time and time and time again. You started, oh, it's just a guy over there. Okay, till he killed 400 people, well, until he spoke, and 400 people lost their lives. I have to be careful about that. 6.2 billion shillings total disputed NYS supplier claims, with 5.374 billion shillings being cleared for payment by a 2020 multi-agency report. My head is spinning because what? But let's get into the details of this in just a bit as we give you more headlines. Shame of Sirisia School with no head teacher and dilapidated facilities.
Who's the MP Sirisia? John Waluke.
There's a guy who defrauded Kenyans and went to the NCPB and sold them air. Any air. You see the air that's passing here, you can't see it, but sold them that for billions of shillings. And then he was busted. And then he was convicted and he was sentenced. Okay?
Yes.
He appealed this sentence and went back to the voter, and they gave him their votes, and he's now a sitting member of parliament.
Yes.
I don't know if we can see this picture. This school is in his constituency. Now, remember, we didn't say he should go and carry hammer and nails and go and nail the school. No. We said that you go sit in parliament and you do certain things in order for legislation and budget to be approved for such things to happen. Can you now make the connection between a convicted thief and now putting him back in office, and then this that you're seeing on page 2?
So today's question is, if you compare what is happening in Kiharu and what is happening in Sirisia, one asks the question, if everyone is being given 100 million shillings, nyonyesha 100 million kwa hii picture.
I said you should have started counting at 6 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, we will not reach 100 million. Oh, God.
You know, because one would have hoped that even that 100 million shillings bigger chunk of it would have gone into ensuring that these facilities do work for these students to be in school. But I digress. Again, it is who returned him to that seat? Sisi.
Meanwhile, another name, Salasia, he was in court, and he's been ordered to apologize and run a peace campaign for the things that he said. We'll look into that. So he was in the dock, and then, of course, they said, okay, fine. He asked that the case be thrown out. He said, no, we're not going to throw the case out. What we're going to do is ask that you apologize publicly, and then you start a peace campaign. When you go around the country and say, all we are saying is give peace a chance, like that. So he has started. Financial struggles block thousands of top learners from grade 10 admission. Somebody was asking, by 21st, are we going to go to school? Well, it looks like no. It's today not 20th. Tomorrow is 21st.
21st, yeah.
All right. We still have hundreds of thousands of children who are not in school yet. Benson Gethi Wangui is the man behind the latest NYS 6.2 billion shilling scandal. Do you know what is interesting? When we were told about NYS 1, I think I was here and in and out of here.
Yeah, it was for 90 million,
Yeah, but I read the headlines, of course, then here at some point during that period, and 790, and people were shouting, what? My God, such a big money. I had not even reached 1 billion. My goodness. A lot of money. How can somebody steal?
I am a whistleblower. I'm the one who blew up the... Yeah.
This money is 6 times that amount.
Thank you.
It's not a small thing. NCA bill sparks fresh debate over oversight in the construction sector. In case you're wondering, the NCA is the National Construction Authority, and the stories of not just the stories, but the realities of building collapses and also the potential scare that other buildings could come down is a thing. And so this debate over oversight is coming up because they're saying, no, we cannot continue like this. Sure. There's a picture on page 6 of Housing and Urban Development PS Charles Hinga. The state has suffered a setback in housing levy case as court rejects an affidavit. Ooh-wee. Okay. Ideals are not patronage is what Ryla would say say to ODM if he rose today. This is a story by Wafula Buke. It's in the Standard as well. Have you heard of BBL?
BBL.
Yeah.
Brazilian.
Those ones.
Yeah.
Yes. Many people getting into cosmetic surgery, regardless of whether it's your body, it's your face, whatever it is that you want to do to alter, etc. Now, a court has heard that a gentleman has gone to court to talk about. So remember the famous
that accident.
The accident of this young lady who passed away after she had gone to the Body by Design institution to get things sorted out. He's telling the horrors of his wife's cosmetic surgery, what really happened after that. Kenya Pipeline IPO launches as state eyes 106 billion shillings. All right. Nuclear power, cancer, and claims of toxic waste in northeastern Kenya.
By the way, are you buying shares of Kenya Pipeline?
Me?
I hear it's 500 shillings.
Per share?
I don't know.
Maybe I can buy
You can spend 500 shillings and buy a few shares here and there.
500 bob, you get one share is 500 shillings.
I don't know how much a share is, but you could spend 500.
If it's 500, I can buy 2.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, so
We're shareholders.
I can't just be talking to me anyhow, please. I'm a shareholder.
Do you mean I own
in fact,
Kenya,
don't look at me.
I own Kenya Pipeline.
Yeah.
Sisi watu wa mafuta. Tuko mafutani.
We are oil lords. Barons.
Yes.
Oil barons.
Exactly.
So I buy a share, you buy a share. In fact, when you're talking to me, you'll be looking to the left. Don't look at me in the eye. Can't be looking at an oil baron
I'll just
like
be
that.
getting to a petrol station. Mimi ndo nasafirisha mafuta. Jaza.
You're very silly.
As the oil baron I am, Jaza tank.
Oh God.
Hey, we have an opportunity here, man. Kenyans. 55 million of us can be oil barons.
It's poverty.
Mafuta lazima iende chini.
It's poverty that's disturbing you. Don't worry. Hey. Those are some of the stories that we're looking at in the Standard. You want to give us the details of this story, sir?
There is a story on nuclear power, cancer, and claims of toxic waste and all this. It's a problem that has been there for a very long time. If you go to this area that is being discussed, and we have Kenyans here who complain of complications since that was done there. I think it was done by, I can't really remember, but it's a story that has been there. One asks the question then, what is the government doing to clear that waste?
Yeah.
And those who dumped the waste, what's their responsibility in clearing the same as well? But let's look at other stories. We look at this Getty story. No, let's go to school first.
All right.
Let's go to school.
Okay.
Twende Sirisia. Are you ready? You have your gloves on?
Yes.
Because it's going to get murkier.
All right.
Now, public primary school in Sirisia constituency, Bungoma County, is grappling with a deepening crisis of dilapidated facilities, exposing learners to deplorable learning conditions. Now, parents, teachers, and community members at Kaburuet SA Primary School are outraged over what they term unsafe classrooms, inadequate learning materials, and a prolonged leadership vacuum. The school has no substantive head teacher. How do you have a school without a head teacher?
What are you talking about? I said there's a school in Viga, not Viga, it's Viga, where the Form 4 leavers are the ones who come back and teach the school.
Yes.
There's nobody doing anything. Then the, what are they called? Education, what? In the sub-county, every now and then we say, oh, okay, what's going on over there? Okay, yeah, it's okay, you guys carry on. And you want to make heaven.
Yeah, anyway, residents are now calling for urgent intervention from education authorities and area leaders to rescue the struggling school. Now, speaking to the press at the school premises, former Board of Management Chairperson Leonard Kisach said the school's problems escalated after a new head teacher was posted to the school in 2024, but they are yet to report. Now, Mr. Kisach pointed to an incomplete grade 9 classroom project that was initiated last year but has since stalled, despite claims that the school received funding from, where again? Banki Kuu ya Dunia, World Bank. One of the biggest questions we are asking is about the fate of this unfinished building near the gate. This grade 9 classroom was fully funded by the World Bank, yet there is no contractor on site, said Kisach. Now, according to Kisach, the World Bank allocated 1 million shillings towards the school's facelift, but little is visible on the ground to justify the expenditure. He further claimed that the school has recorded a sharp decline in enrollment over the past year, attributing the drop to waning parental confidence caused by poor learning conditions and declining academic standards. Kisach also said and raised concerns over sanitation, noting that the school lacks functional pit latrines, posing serious health and safety risks.
The children in the school?
Yep.
They resumed school this January? They're there in the school?
There.
Okay. Then somebody wants to come and tell me that I'm being negative.
No.
Look at it. Somebody wants to come and say, oh, I know you're too negative. Okay, sure. Okay.
So let's look at the school structure. Head teacher runs the school, administration and everything else, and everyone else, including teachers, answers to.
Yeah.
Parents go to school and meet the head teacher. In case there's a problem in school, they speak with the head teacher. If there is development fund, it is a conversation with the head teacher. But here, there is no head teacher. There is money that was allocated to uplift the school standards, grade 9. Remember, this same school one asked the question, if there was no class for grade 9ers, we are now speaking of grade 10s. How did these grade 9s study in this school that does not even have sanitary facilities? You know, this is a case where we wait for things to get so bad until we start hearing that pit latrines have caved in because there was no roofing. Then we start saying, oh, where were education individuals at the county or the district level who should have come here to ensure that things work?
I'm sorry. You know what? This is it. Excuse me. I'm sorry. President William Ruto, I understand where you want to go. I get it. That you can have a dream for a developed nation. But until you lay the bricks, these are the things that we're talking about. It's a school in Sirisia. It's another one in Northeastern. It's again people not having... It's the fundamentals. You don't fix the fundamentals. I'm sorry.
Because
there is no way of going.
You go further with this and you hear that the community reported this to the sub-county educational director several times and nothing has happened.
You know what? Very few things that William Stilson says, sometimes my ear will start scratching me. But the thing that he has been saying for the longest time, which I agree wholeheartedly with, is that you need to have quality assurance of education, and that's why you have education officers.
Thank you.
They wouldn't have to go to these guys. If you had quality assurance for education, these guys would be making their rounds around the country to ensure that education is optimal. You would be. That's why they're there. What happened to them? He's been singing about quality assurance for the longest time. And if anything that he says, I will go with, that it is that. That if you have that assurance in place, we would not be... We only have 4 minutes. So let me tell you, because if I start now...
No. Okay. No, get angry. For all intent and purposes.
What is this?
Angry.
Because
Kenyans, you gotta be angry.
You're sending your children there. Then you want to come and tell us tomorrow that the country is now delivering students who've gotten a transfer of knowledge from teachers in such a foundation. And these are the people that you want to... It's not their fault. These are the children that they've finished an education, but they have nothing. Something that is meant to be an equalizer has put them in the doldrums. Something that should actually set them apart from anybody else, that will present them to the world with the knowledge and skills then to be able to succeed. My friend, I think that anybody who comes out of situations like this, even with a C, needs to be given a national recommendation.
Thank you. Because
how do you survive?
How do you survive? Because look at it this way. We also have, when we talk about grade 9s, grade 10s, these are just, let's look at the girl child at that point. This is a girl who's gotten to a point where they're receiving the monthly period, you know? And at that point, if they receive the period, where do they go to?
Come on.
They would not come to school. That means there will always be that week that they would not be in school because the facilities at school does not allow them to be there.
Are we looking at all of these factors in concert? In concert, are we looking at all of these things? Then you want to come and tell me you're going where?
My friend, you're not moving. You're mark timing. We are mark timing in the same sport.
We're joking. You know, we're actually joking.
Yeah.
We're actually joking. And that's what
Do you ever pause to think what good facilities and how they support proper education? Or are we just saying that we open the school and kids can go? It is okay if children study under a tree, and we expect that these are individuals who would become world leaders, yet we never give them the very best to nurture them to be that. There are those who get out of that because they're smart and all this, but how are we managing and making sure that we move together as a community? We are not. I'm sorry.
We're not.
I'm sorry.
I
think this MP should have his children, grandchildren go to that school.
They don't go. They live in the
now you know why they don't care.
After all, their nearest and dearest don't have to sit in those positions. In 1 minute, let me do a promo for you.
Yes.
You know how they say you do trailer, then you can go and watch the movie. Let me do promo so you go and buy the Standard. Benson Gethy Wagoi, the man behind the latest NYS 6.2 billion shilling scandal, he went to St. Mary's Boys. He's an alumnus and he's a businessman with 3 billion shilling self-declared net worth. He charts the blueprint of high-level connections needed to succeed in high-stakes business in Kenya. He was born and raised in Nyeri. He's the firstborn of Charity Wagoi Gethy. He is the product of the disciplined Catholic-sponsored school where he sat his KCSE in 2002. Okay? His name has been propping up every now and then. And now, you know how they have like an imprint, like a watermark of something. Now, the watermark for this latest scandal is his picture.
Yes.
And you thought that 790 million shillings was a lot of money? Well, I'm going to offer you 6.2 billion shillings worth of a scandal with NYS today. And this is the man behind it all. Get a copy of the Standard. Read the story. It's not pretty. Good morning. 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
I'm Lamb Ubaga. 7 people were killed in a grisly road accident near Kariandusi along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway after a Nakuru-bound truck lost control and crashed into a 14-seater matatu. At least 11 other people were injured, with authorities saying the final casualty figure is yet to be confirmed as some victims were rushed to hospital in critical condition. Here is one of the witnesses of the accident.
Dereva amejaribu kucontrol hiyo gari Nissan, lori imemchukua mpaka mahali alikuwa. Imemsukuma ikamuralia hiyo Nissan na watu kadhaa wakapoteza maisha. Naye lori ikaenda kama inapanda mlima. Ikagonga gari lingine Nissan ilikuwa kando. Ikaigonga ikachukua sote zilikuwa kando ikasigonga.
And this event comes as NTSA has suspended 4 public transport operators, including Mona, Comfort Sacco and Greenline Company Limited, over fatal crashes that occurred on December 23rd, 2025 along the Eldoret-Webuye Road at Muhonje and on January 4th along the Nakuru-Nairobi Highway at Karai, respectively. Safaricom was not involved in the decision on the price of its government-owned shares to the South African telecommunications company Vodacom. Appearing before the National Accounts Committee, Safaricom CEO Peter Nduh had this to say. Nduh's statement comes as Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi insists that this is the only way to prevent ordinary citizens from being taxed.
I should say the company in no way has been involved and should not be involved in a shareholder transaction because we are the subject of the actual sale of shares. So we would not necessarily be involved. We do have our own view about how the company should be valued and we communicate with investors because it's a listed business. Every time we announce our results at full year and also half year. And our investors, when you look at all what is called analysts' valuations, there's a consensus that they come up with. And that's something that we would be happy to provide to this committee to see what the analyst consensus is.
And Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, chaired the inaugural meeting of the 10-member Board of Trustees of the Members Post-Service Medical Scheme, marking a major step towards strengthening long-term medical support for current and former members of Parliament. Speaking in his capacity as chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Wetangula said the initiative was aimed at addressing the challenges many legislators face after leaving office, noting that some former MPs encountered difficult realities once their parliamentary terms end. He underscored the need for structured post-service support mechanisms to help restore and protect the dignity of lawmakers beyond their time in Parliament. The establishment of the Trustees Board is expected to lay the foundation for the full operationalization of the members' post-service medical scheme. 6 suspected members of a criminal gang in Endebess sub-county, Trans Nzoia County, are expected to be arraigned in court today after being arrested by officers of the DCI. The operation conducted by the DCI officers was aimed at curbing crimes that were terrorizing residents of Kaisheber, Nabeki, Cherubai and surrounding villages. Those arrested have been identified as Juma Wanjala, Samson Ewoi, Thomas Lorongoi, Linus Wasilwa, Moses Kisuya and Ezra Simiu. And finally, Kenya will push for consensus on 7 key priority areas, including reform of the international financial architecture at the Africa Front Summit set to be held in Nairobi in May. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi made the remarks in Paris after holding talks with the French Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Jean Berot, as preparations for the summit gather pace. He said Kenya attaches the highest strategic importance to the meeting, noting that it will be the first Africa Front Summit ever held in a non-Francophone African country since the forum's inception in 1973.
The private sector, civil society, academia, youth representatives, including tech leaders, among other young entrepreneurs. So basically, it's really going to be very broad-based and bringing in a lot of people who can contribute to this conversation in helping us chart the way forward as we look at the events. The dates are clear, 11th and 12th of May.
And that's the News Warrior. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, and a very good morning to you. If you're just tuning in, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis Aseto, Nduh, Okoh, here with you as we are getting into now a conversation around, the politics of the day, which we know that is an involver when it comes to the doings in any nation. We're going to talk about that, and I'll let you know we let you know earlier who our guests are. And we start off this morning with John Mark Kitora, who is the ODM Youth League president and joins us this morning. Mona Kitora, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Doing well.
You're doing well. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, we are doing well.
Yeah?
We are strong.
Good. Good. Karibu sana. You'll be joined soon by the Honourable John Kagushia, who is the MP for Mukurweini. He'll be here with us soon, all things remaining constant. But we move on with this conversation either way. And Dennis has gone this week to Angola.
Yes.
And he'd like to share today's proverb.
So it is located on the South African coast and known for its, because it is rich in diamond reserves, oil, and it is a country as well that is 7th largest in the continent. And the proverb that we get from Angolans today: a healthy person who pretends to be sick will soon be found out. A healthy person who pretends to be sick will soon be found out. What do you think Angolans say?
Yeah, sickness sometimes cannot be concealed. Just like good health.
Yes.
Because you see, you expected maybe to portray some symptoms. If you, in case you are sick, maybe high fever, maybe unable to walk. Yeah, there is somehow some way that you can pretend. And you see, when we are young and we used to go out, look after the livestock, the day when you don't want to herd the cows, you'll pretend that you are sick, but now your father will get away to know. So definitely, what we are saying is that don't take ugly situations or don't sugarcoat ugly situations to look good, or the opposite, because the state will just remain the way, the facts will just come out.
Do not sugarcoat situations, whichever the case, whether good or bad. Say it like it is.
Yeah. Say it like it is.
Yeah, truth shall set you free. Even the Bible says.
Absolutely. Well, we'll start this conversation because for some reason, all the time, the Mount Kenya question in the politics of the day is never left out of the conversation. And now, this was also in the region where the president was last week and said, you know what, even you guys, Mount Kenya, how can I forget you? How can I forget you after you gave me these votes and then I go and deal with these, other people, which he used an unpalatable adjective to describe. Why is it that this Mount Kenya factor is still so important in the politics? Is it the numbers? Is it the proximity to the center of power? What is it?
Yeah, I'll try to maybe make some of my deductions guided by what I know. In the run-up to the last elections, we were Baba people, myself, and we were leading a serious campaign. Our focus was also very much on the side of Mount Kenya. You remember we had there was Mount Kenya Foundation, and then now when we had the support of the then president, then we said for the first time we have captured Mulima. And we were very much very much excited that with the support of now Mulima, we will be able to capture power. And Mulima actually became very decisive at the end of that during the day of election, because majority of them then shifted and moved to the side of the current president, and then the results came out. Although we contested, but it became clear that a majority of Mount Kenya moved to that side. We have also seen that the former DP has also come out immediately when he was injected out of government. Actually, when he injected himself out of his bad manners. When he left, then he said, I'm now going to rally the Mulima behind myself, and we're exiting the government. But you can still see that Mulima is still not really going out of government as the way Rick G predicted. So it is definitely an interesting situation and scenario, and Mlima will always remain that in the interest of Kenyan politics on several factors. One, definitely the number and the way they vote. You know, these are people who will always want to vote like a block. And then their turnout is also not something underestimated. You can see in all other regions during the last election, if you can take some statistics, that the region that came out, the others were coming at as low as was it something that something 40-something%. Then they were almost at 65%. So you can see that even their turnout is always higher than other regions. Secondly, they tend to move to vote like a block, and then definitely the economic muscles you also can't underestimate. So, and even the way they talk, sometimes it's not easy to understand their language.
Meaning what?
Yeah, it's not easy to understand their political language.
Okay.
If you can refer to the last election, they kept being on the Azimio side until almost the last week. That's when we discovered that these people were not with us. But it was not easy. You cannot easily understand their political language, how they communicate themselves, because there is a way they communicate, and then the last minute they all agree, and you'll wonder how. So how did they even somebody who lives as far as Turkana will be able to know, and when he comes from Lima, he'll be able to know this is the direction we are going. And you could be your neighbor, you could be your friend. You'll come to know the last day of election that Kumbe, these guys, they have been communicated, they have made their own decision. So that is how the Mulima equation is always very important to every election. Yes.
Honorable John Kagushia, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
How are you doing?
I'm good. And thank you for having me here.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We were not sure if you're going to make it, but we're glad that
definitely
you did.
I was to make it. I was on the way, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
As you were coming in, you may have heard what Bwana Kitora has said, and we're talking about the Mount Kenya, angle to all of this, that it seems to always be the ingredients that everybody wants to add to this political soup. He said that Mount Kenya votes as a bloc, has the highest, largest voter turnout, and is late in making decisions. Well, not late, but you never really know what they're thinking or how they're acting until the very last minute. And so that's why people go essentially and camp out in Mount Kenya during elections, because they need to be sure that they've convinced this entire voting bloc of this thing, so that even if they were to go away, they've already convinced them. Do you agree?
Well, I agree with him on a few issues, but on others I don't. I agree with him to the extent that he says Mount Kenya votes as a bloc and has highest voter turnout. That is for sure. But Mount Kenya is one of the electorate that is very easy to understand. I do not think there is any coded language that Mount Kenya uses when it comes to politics. I don't think that Mount Kenya politics is what you'd call complicated or sophisticated. It's actually very, very, very simple. Mount Kenya is largely moved by the issue of economic and development of their people. And there are other political issues also that make Mount Kenya act the way it acts. And one of them is always a threat. If the region feels like in one way or another they are threatened, that is one of the greatest mobilizing factor. When you look at the last general election, you realize that Mount Kenya had decided long before, like 2 or 3 years before, that they were not going to be part of the handshake. In fact, even though Mount Kenya had supported Uhuru Kenyatta as their son and as one of them, the day he had a handshake with Raila Odinga, I think March 2018, that is the day the voting bloc started shifting towards William Ruto. And that was quite early. In fact, it was just a few months from the main election in 2017. And that went on until 2022. But for some reason, many people did not believe. So I do not believe that Mount Kenya decided last minute. Mount Kenya was not Azimio. But Mount Kenya does not show sometimes on the face. They don't show you on your face. If Raila Odinga came to Mukurweini, and indeed he came to Mukurweini, our people came out in large numbers, welcomed him, clapped for him, and in fact they laughed when he cracked his jokes. They were happy to see him, the enigma. And everyone was so curious. He had not been to Mukurweini, I think, for the longest. So when he came, I remember, people were so happy to see him. But that did not mean that they were going to elect him. I want you to remember what Uhuru Kenyatta did. He had Sagana 1, and people went there in large numbers. He had Sagana 2, the turnout was even higher. And he had Sagana 3. It was even higher. And when he was there, Uhuru would actually talk to the Mount Kenya people in their native language, Kikuyu language. And he would try to persuade and convince them. And you would see them clapping. But remember, even when he did this, a decision had already been taken that they were not going the way Uhuru Kenyatta was going. But they could not tell him right on his face that they were not going to be with him. Similarly, this time round, when William Ruto departed from the original script and from the agreement and arrangement that he had with Mount Kenya region, the mountain shifted from him. But you see, William Ruto is blinded. He was the biggest beneficiary of a similar strategy, a similar move in the last general election. But this time round, he's so blinded that he can't see. He can't understand. And he has refused to accept that the mountain has moved. And I listened to him talk in Sagana, saying that hiyo rafiki yetu mimi na watu wa Mount Kenya siwezi kubali iharibiwe na mtu, na muwe tayari kwa sababu mimi nitakuwa na nyinyi hapa. And then people are just laughing at him. They were actually looking at him. And this because urafiki wa Ruto na watu wa Mount Kenya haujaharibiwa na mtu. Yeye mwenyewe himself is the one who spoiled his own friendship with the Mount Kenya people.
So Kakusha, you just mentioned at the point when Mount Kenya departed from Uhuru Kenyatta, and it was after the handshake. And that for a very long time, correct me if I'm wrong, but has been viewed as if Raila was the de facto boogeyman. That if you walk with Raila Odinga and you lose the Mount Kenya vote, right? And that appears to be what happened at the time during the handshake. Now, today, as we speak then, has William Ruto become the boogeyman because of the broad-based government with Raila Odinga at the time?
Effectively.
So that means, again, Mount Kenya and William Ruto broke ranks because of the broad-based government, and not because ostensibly William Ruto has done anything to deny people of Mount Kenya development, their rightful share of government.
Is
Raila Odinga the denominator in breaking ranks with Mount Kenya?
Raila Odinga's boogeyman position wouldn't have affected the handshake in 2018 if William Ruto would have been included in it. The problem was the betrayal aspect. People in Mount Kenya detest betrayal. And when William Ruto had worked so closely with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013 and 2017 to win both the elections, people felt like he was helpful to the mountain in that regard. And so they felt like they owed him genuinely and sincerely. So at the point where now Uhuru Kenyatta departs from William Ruto and brings on board Raila Odinga and dumps William Ruto, to that extent, people did not agree with him. And they adopted William Ruto as their son.
Okay.
Immediately and effectively.
Is he still their son?
Now, he was their son, and they devoted all the votes to him. Until when William Ruto did exactly the same thing that Uhuru Kenyatta did. William Ruto betrayed and chased away Rigathi Gachagua, who is a Mount Kenya son. I want you to look at it this way. When William Ruto, who was not really a son of Mount Kenya, was chased away, the people of the mountain revolted. How much more then would you expect them to revolt when their own son is chased away and betrayed?
It's interesting that you say this because, I mean, sorry, I can come in here as well, because it would appear to me that it is these people that can be sold a narrative and they pick up on it very quickly. And so then one would ask, how does that play out in the politics? Because we cannot run away from the fact that Raila Odinga was sold to the people of Mount Kenya as a parasitic politician for years. That the imagination of people about Raila Odinga was sullied long before the man could even step into Mount Kenya. That was the case. And here again, a different narrative about him then was sold by some of the same people who sold the anti-Raila narrative, sold now a refreshing narrative of Raila Odinga. Mount Kenya people picked it up when he was bad. Mount Kenya picked it up when now he was suddenly good. Mount Kenya picked it up when William Ruto was dumped by Uhuru Kenyatta. Mount Kenya still picked it up when Ruto came back and said Gachagua is bad. I mean, it would appear as though the Mount Kenya people will go wherever the wind goes. Ketora?
As I said earlier, what Mheshimiwa was trying to contest is that these are communities that are very unpredictable and they have their own coded language on this, which they address it to politics. Definitely, this is a community that was for a long time, in a way we can say they were somehow radicalized against the narrative of Raila Odinga. And even when we engage the young people that we have engaged for a long time, they will tell you we came to know the value of these other communities, especially where the Nyanza people, when we started going to colleges. But there down in the villages, we were really scared. We thought these were like animals. These were like animals. We were very scared about them. But once we get into colleges and we start interacting with them, we realize that these are indeed good people. They are just as good as we are. So there is that narrative that was really entrenched into the hearts of very many people in their villages. And if indeed, when Uhuru, during that handshake, actually there was no betrayal that Uhuru did to William. It's only that by then the current president also knew that in this equation I can't exist. So he decided to chart his own ways, his own political journey, which is politically allowed. Even at this moment when they said he chased away Rick G, you can even see the character of the man. And that's what we said. You can't lie. You can't say when a man is, if he pretends to be unhealthy while he's healthy. So that we can't sugarcoat facts. You can even see now when he's enthroned on his own path without being in leadership. He's getting it very hard to hold together his own political party. And then this is somebody who has only confined himself to one region of the country, even despite the fact that now he's a free man to walk to every corner of the country. So definitely, this was somebody who had a challenge in his own leadership. A challenge is in his own character. So there was no way William will have tried all his best to contain him. So if now the Mheshimiwa started threatening that the community had left because one of their own was mistreated, but how many of their own has been treated well? We all know those were in cabinet, those who are in PSS, those who are in government. There are very many. So how comes that it's only one individual that who felt that he was mistreated, and then therefore you could carry on, or you could exit the whole community out of the government that they own formed.
Yeah.
So I don't think there is any facts on that matter. And to me, I don't feel like Mount Kenya will run away from the current government.
Okay.
That was just a sensational, and a temporary spill of emotions.
Yeah.
And we can now all see that the mountain has started to stabilize again, and they have started embracing the current government slowly by slowly. And I'm very sure by mid of this year, many things will have changed.
He's saying if there's a
it's actually
pattern, if there's a pattern to go by, okay, there's a pattern to go by here. It would appear. He's saying that's the case. I'm a bit cautious, not cautious, actually, against any kind of notion that would say it's people from a particular community who believe in a certain way. And I think that politicians take advantage of Kenyans as a whole and have understood their psyche and will do what they can to make sure that people are swayed in a particular direction.
Yet every community in Kenya behaves in certain ways for certain reasons.
That's distinct to them?
Yeah,
okay,
they're predisposed differently.
Okay.
So you will find that people in Western Kenya are predisposed in a certain way. There are things that move them. If you go to Coast region, you find that there are things that also move them that are very unique to them, similarly to Mount Kenya region.
Okay.
And so it is nothing so special about just Mount Kenya region.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason why every region behaves the way they behave, including Northeastern.
Indeed.
Which, of course, when it comes to the real campaign time, Northeastern region will sometimes split like this, then meet ahead, So you have every region behaving differently. But again, what makes me interested in what my brother here says is the way he talks about Rigiji in terms of how he was chased out of government. And the kind of language I have heard from him is the same thinking that propelled William Ruto in holding out Rigathi Gachagua, that we will chase him away, and because he's just one individual, he will fizzle out, and within 2-3 weeks, nobody will recognize him, even in the streets of Nairobi. You remember those remarks? That is exactly what he's saying. So they can't just understand. And I don't blame him. Sometimes they can't just understand how the Mount Kenya region mobilizes and how it must always have a glue on which it sticks. And that glue for now is Rigathi Gachagua. Okay. And this happens, interestingly, even for those people who may not like him. They know that he still remains the glue. And that aspect of remaining together becomes so important for everyone. So you'll hear someone say, I don't want him to be the president, but he is our glue now, so we follow him. Are you getting? Others are like, can he be the president? So that is it. The issue of that Mount Kenya is now stabilizing is the same reason why my brother here says that Mount Kenya was always in Azimio until the last minute. My brother, you'll be in shock. That stabilizing factor, you think, is because now you can see smiles. Something happened that has not happened in Mount Kenya for a long time. Mount Kenya erupted, literally erupted. And this normally does not happen. Mount Kenya keeps quiet. When you step on them, they absorb, but they don't erupt.
Okay.
And that's what I was saying, even when Raila Odinga was a boogeyman, so to say, he would still be accepted and he would come to Mount Kenya region and people would be happy that he came. But at some point, because of what happened during these Rigathi Gachagua ouster and all that, the mountain literally erupted. So what is happening now is that the eruption, the volcano may have calmed down. And once it calms down, it doesn't mean that the volcano never happened. It doesn't mean that the mountain didn't form. So the people will stabilize, the people will calm down, but what is in their heart, they all know. And even like now, I had 1,550 people from Mukurweini constituency who went to Sagana State Lodge. And I can tell you, some of them were trying to excuse themselves to explain themselves that Mheshimiwa, don't worry, don't even talk about this. We are going, but we know what we are doing. And even when you listen to them in the villages, when they are in church, when they are in Maombolezi, you will hear what they are saying. Yeah. So the issue of stabilizing, okay, but it's also good because then it also gives people hope. And of course, we like this hope with William Ruto that he can always win back the mountain, because that also helps us to also keep getting something. But the issue of...
it's interesting that you slipped that in at the very end.
The issue of Raila Odinga in terms of the Mount Kenya politics is something that was going to be solved in 2018 if only Uhuru Kenyatta would have brought him together with Ruto at that point in time. And you can see eventually still Uhuru Kenyatta was still able to convince a whole 1.1 million people in Mount Kenya region to vote for Raila Odinga. That was the highest number ever voted for Raila Odinga. And so that wasn't going to be a big issue. But this time round, apart from just the issue of ouster of Rigathi Gachagua, the people of Mount Kenya still feel betrayed in very many ways. Number one, William Ruto, when he got into government, he said that he was going to fix the development projects that Uhuru Kenyatta had left pending. And he said that he was going to do that on priority basis. And he was not even going to start any new projects before he completed those ones. I can tell you, he's now revisiting those projects now. 4 years later is when now he's trying to revisit those projects, and is when he's trying to restart here and there. And at some point, people feel he's only restarting for the campaigns.
I mean,
I get it.
But Kagusha,
so you find Gikondi Road, for example, in Mukurweini, remains undone. You find Kaheti Road, Mutwawadi Road. I mean, some of them might be shorter roads, but you find that they remain undone, even though William Ruto had promised me that I will start with these ones that were already ongoing. You find that something else, for example, Mwea farmers, they have so much rice, my friend, in their stock, but they are so shocked that William Ruto continues to import duty-free rice, even against the court orders, to bring it to Kenya at the expense of Mwea rice, which is rotting away in their stores. William Ruto promised the people of Kenya, and of course people of Mount Kenya took it very serious. I'm sure some other people may not have taken it so serious, but he promised the whole country that he's going to have what we call GMR, guaranteed minimum returns. We took it very serious. And as we talk now, we feel betrayed that guaranteed minimum returns on coffee, on tea, on milk, potatoes, macadamia, all that is not there.
I want to ask the question, Kagusha.
Let me just say the last point where people of Mount Kenya feel persecuted, feel betrayed, the issue of persecution of their leaders. They feel that William Ruto has perfected the art of persecuting their leaders. And this, by the way, is one of the biggest mobilizing factor as we talk today. The issue of storming into Gashagua's meetings, the issue of tear gassing people in church, that has remained now a very serious mobilizing issue.
Kagusha, I think let's just go through what you've read so far. You speak about development that President William Ruto promised the region. But remember at the time when Rigathi Gachagua and William Ruto formed the government, there is one line that was being used, that we found empty coffers. And at the time, both of them said that they would focus on paying loans, on paying debt that the country had, and that they would embark on matters to do with the development later. And if you look at development that is happening right now across the country, it has started 4 years later, not just in Mount Kenya, it is across the country. So now that development has resuscitated across the country, Mount Kenya is getting its share. Other parts of the country is getting its share. And with that, one would argue that Mount Kenya has not been denied development. Everybody is getting their share. But then again, we talk about what William Ruto is doing, the promises he gave. But at the time when they were in power together with Rigathi Gachagua, the rest of the country as well was left behind. No one really experienced this development. So, Ketora, is it true that President William Ruto lied to Mount Kenya? And you'll also come to
actually, Dennis, you tried to expound some and dispel some untruthful statement from my brother. You see, we are all Kenyans first before we become our communities. And that's a fact that we must appreciate, especially at the position of leadership. Yes, we all want to pull things to our side or to our backyards, but we have a larger picture, which is now the country. When you hear Mheshimiwa saying rice in Maya being thrown away and another one is being imported to the country, while there is another one, those are just statements that could be said, but I don't think it is very factual, because there is a process, a whole process.
But you can fact check that.
To import products into the country, and the current agriculture CS, he comes from Mount Kenya, so he's somebody who he understands those dynamics and challenges of why will you have to ignore or leave out what you are producing and bring something else outside the country. The matter of when he said coffee and tea or those things, those prices were not dictated or controlled. I think this is the current regime that has produced that these products are sold at a highest price. It has never gone that higher. And one of the things that was just to be done, you can't control the market, because there is those market factors, the demand versus supply. But what this regime that at least you can give it to this regime is to try to manage the KTDA, those bodies that are concerned or that are entitled or responsible with handling such products. And then there was the issue of prosecuting our leaders. Mheshimiwa, to us, we don't feel like you guys, you're getting prosecuted. Sometimes we see like these are your own machinations. You won't create. You go to a church and then you hire groups to come and
my friend, I said persecuted, not prosecuted. We wish we were prosecuted, because prosecution would mean that then you'd have to be on a court of law, and you'd have to present evidence at the court of law. So we are talking of persecution.
Yes. To us, sometimes we don't think those things are real.
Oh, sometimes we manufacture bullets.
Yes,
we manufacture police with uniform, and we manufacture tear gas canisters.
Like what happened recently in Kariobangi. That was your own machinations.
Can we say that without? I mean,
we bring police.
If that was the case, to what, Kitora?
Police only came in
because if we
came in after now you guys to cool the situation.
But these are allegations. Obviously, yes. I think we have to be very clear on that. And then, if I were to go on that and say, if I were to go on that and ask the question,
yes,
to what end? Why would anybody do something like that? To what end? What would it result in?
Just one sympathy.
From whom? From whom? Because I'm going to go. I'm sorry. Allow me to ask this question in context, because we started off this conversation when you said the reason why Mount Kenya, and we know this is Mount Kenya, not just isolated in a particular geographical location, but in all parts of the country, still representing Mount Kenya, right?
Yes.
They vote as a bloc. They have the highest numbers. If they have all of these things going for them, what would be the need of doing something to which you allege and suggest to gain public sympathy? From whom? And for what reason? For what?
No, let me put it clear. You see, I've told you, currently the mountain is stabilizing. So for them to diffuse or to dispel such stability, sometimes they create such scenarios. You could see when really government is persecuting you. You remember when we had the Sufuria Mandamanos, how the police came strongly and fought the protesters. or even during the Gen Z's protest, you can see how the police came out strong, very hard on those young people. Why is it not happening? Just like a small drama, one tear gas is thrown to tear gas canister is thrown to a rally, and that rally get chaotic. So these are something we can say they are not that they are somehow manufactured.
Why? I'm still because what you say here is actually something quite serious. Because if you say that this chaos would be manufactured to gain public sympathy from a group that you initially had said, really, from the things that you've listed, doesn't need the sympathy. If they vote 65%, if they have people essentially camping out in their backyard to woo their vote, why would somebody seek public sympathy by causing chaos at a rally for themselves?
I'm telling you, it is not being done by government as they portray.
You're saying it's being done by themselves. I'm still asking the question, to what end? Why would somebody do that? I can see, crazy as it sounds, the reason why somebody would, for example, kidnap themselves because they wanted to see.
But you have also had that one.
No, I am telling you, I can understand that. Yes. Why, as crazy as it seems, because maybe you want to understand. Okay, are people really feeling me? Do people really feel the impact of my presence? Yeah. Right. But in this case, a group which, by your own admission, right, is the group that everybody keeps going to woo. It's the pretty girl in the corner that knows everybody's going to come to her. Why would she then cause harm to herself when she's at an advantage all the time? Why would she do that?
No, actually, the scenarios are very few where their rallies were being disrupted. And you will want to ask yourself, the Honorable Kalonzo is also in opposition. Honorable Matiang'i is also in opposition. Honorable Eugene Omalwa is also in opposition. Why is it that their rallies are never, or their events are never disrupted? Why is it only that when it comes to the rallies or functions,
I think you tend to answer the question by asking that question that then Rigathi Gachagua is the target by government. And I don't know how Rigathi Gachagua has been working together with government to cooperate on his own disruption of meetings. I don't know how he operates with the government to send policemen to Gatondo South in a church that he is already seated and the church service is going on, and police come and tear gas the same church, and it is Rigathi Gachagua who has organized that. I don't know how it happens that Rigathi Gachagua organizes with the government that when he is in Kariobangi in a church seated and the service is going on, the police come and tear gas that church. Well, if they are not police, where did they get tear gas from? Where did they get guns from? Where did they get bullets from? So that is folly in some of these arguments, and that's why sometimes I think we don't need to give these arguments so much attention, because they are not arguments that can really stand. On the issue of rice, I would want to advise my brother here to just check what is happening in government today. The governor was given a court order in Kirinyaga barring the government from imports of rice, but they have actually imported rice in Kenya. If you look at the Daily Nation today, I think, you will actually find that Bandi is on the receiving end because of having disobeyed court orders, and he has imported rice. And the issue of the CSs from Mount Kenya, that's a story for another day. I don't think it's a story that we want to engage today, because nobody in Mount Kenya feels them, by the way, and nobody in Mount Kenya feels represented. Today, as we talk, I'm trying to really work very hard to have the road connecting my CS, Mutahi Kagwe's home to Tarmac. I mean, just about 4 kilometers. Yeah, it's been there now for I think 1.5 years in government, but it's still not fixed. Yeah, even though so much is happening. I mean, other people are having their roads fixed going to their homes. You have had the president priding himself that if you are in government today, you should be able to fix a road going to your home, and such. And we understand like what is happening in Taita Taveta's his farm, what is happening in Sugoi, and also what is happening in Dabibi here in Nakuru. in his own farms. He's fixing that, and that's why he can understand why Kalonzo Musyoka would not have fixed a road to his home. Now, we have...
it was not the job of the Member of Parliament to fix roads, Kagushia.
It is...
it's not your job.
No. Representation and budget making is the role of the Member of Parliament.
Absolutely.
And I do that very well. So when I'm in Parliament, and if you look at even my communication here with the ministry and also with the agencies, you will find that I'm in touch with them in terms of representation. And then when we go to Parliament at the budget committee, you will find that I am probably one of the person who has petitioned the budget committee to allocate resources for fixing those roads. But what happens today in government...
And not just the one that leads to Mutai Kagwe's house.
Yeah, of course, but all of them. But what happens in government today is that we fix money in the budget, but then you have money not released to those budget votes. For example, in education, we fixed 630 billion for us to fund education. But when you look at the amount of money that is being released by the Exchequer to this docket, to this vote, is just about 400 billion or so. And what is happening to the balance? The balance is released to other ministries like Interior, like DOD, NIS, like special programs. And what is happening to that money? It is used to bribe Kenyans. What you saw being given in Sagana State Lodge is coming from budgets from essential areas, which is taken to non-essential areas. And you see, the votes are made big in most of those areas. So you find that the money which is released is the one that is going to help to try and soften the hearts of Kenyans in other areas, politically speaking. So, but you asked about betrayal, and you're asking if the betrayal is just about Mount Kenya. You see, I'm only referring to the Mount Kenya aspect here because that is the topic of the day. Otherwise, the issues I'm raising here are largely not just affecting Mount Kenya, they're affecting Kenyans. But how does Mount Kenya interpret them? And that's why we said different regions interpret different things differently. For example, today as we talk, you are aware that 700,000 grade 9 students have not reported to school. And why is it so? Because Kenyans first don't have money. The money in their pocket, as they had been promised by William Ruto, is not there. That is another point of betrayal. Are you getting? Number two, government has concentrated on this issue of systems. It's investing rather too much money in changing one system to another. You know that we have had NEMIS that has been working pretty well. But government had to change that NEMIS so that can bring in another system that is going to pay for. And of course, you know there are profiteers in this. So now government has changed to chemists. This chemist thing has made it impossible for students, for example, to shift from one school to another. And that way, you have so many students who are still hanging, not accepted in schools. Like I know a school where I have about 14 students, and it's at this school, 14 students are at home. They can't go to school because the system cannot detect them.
You mentioned earlier that the cabinet secretaries that come from the region are not being felt.
Although have 2 points, which I have.
Are not being felt by the region. What will it take for Mount Kenya to fill all the cabinet secretaries? Because at the end of the day, cabinet secretaries are meant to work for the people of Kenya, not just Mount Kenya. So when you say you do not feel which cabinet secretaries does Mount Kenya feel today as we speak?
Once again.
And why would that be the case?
Once again, I want to say I'm referring to the Mount Kenya region because that is a discussion on the table today.
I just ask a simple question,
but
because you said
what I say about Mount Kenya
are not being felt by Mount Kenya. So which other cabinet secretaries are being felt by Mount Kenya?
I can rephrase that. Cabinet secretaries are not being felt by Kenyans. Even William Ruto himself is not feeling his cabinet secretaries. He has many times said that his cabinet secretaries are incompetent and they do not understand their job. And so you can understand when I say that Mount Kenya people are not feeling these cabinet secretaries. It's not just the Mount Kenya cabinet secretary, it's all of them. But indeed, the whole of the country is not feeling these cabinet secretaries. And at some point, one person asked, how is it possible that a president can have so many incompetent people in one room, in one government? How did he even manage this? You know, so we say we have a problem there. Take for example, the cabinet secretary, for example, now in areas to do with education, although Ogamba is found most of these programs running. So I wouldn't really just want to accuse him as a person, because he found some of these programs running. And really, some of these programs are even not his. Some of these programs had been made way before even this government was formed. William Ruto had his programs and he knew what he wanted to achieve in this government. And he hit the ground running, by the way. Look at the issue of university students. As we talk today, if you have to report to the university, if you are admitted, you've got to be doing harambe. If you come from a family that can't really afford school fees. And this has become a very, very big problem. Of course, we feel it so much in the mountain, but I'm sure it is being felt elsewhere as well. Look at the issue of the SHA.
Mushma will talk until tomorrow, until the cows come back home.
Because we came to talk.
With one narrative only.
We came to talk.
With one narrative. But allow me to also put some things clearer. On this issue of grade 10 reporting to school, in a way I'm related to that matter, because currently I chair Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, which deals mostly with Limu scholarship. So we have been largely involved on the matters of that transition. Yesterday I spent almost a whole day with the PS and the CS for education.
Okay, go to the point.
Those challenges, they are sometimes they are even beyond what Mheshimiwa is saying, and it cannot be largely attributed to the current administration. It's only that it's a challenge that is there. And the issue of economy, you see, no matter how much will the president work now, and even whoever will come, the issue of the economy of the livelihoods and the economy of the Kenyan people is something that is diddling, and mostly we attribute it to climate change. Because now when you look at the people from Northeastern, they have not received the rain for the last almost a year. And these people, their livelihood mostly is dependent on livestock. So even to sell a livestock now for them to get a child to go to school is a big challenge, because all animals are macheted. And now you want to tell the William Ruto, go and solve that problem for every individual that
but
is
Ketora,
there.
when you talk about when you talk
confused.
about the very same issue,
I'm sorry, Dennis, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Did you say that the reason why there's 750,000+ students out of school is because of climate change?
Not necessarily climate change.
I just wanted to be clear that that's what you said.
No, I'm just saying there are a lot of factors that you cannot solve it in a minute.
But education was budgeted for by Parliament. And these monies ought to have gone to school. The government of Kenya knew there was grade 10 and transition would happen.
You see,
it is the government of Kenya that failed to put its house in order to ensure that every child transition to school. It is not about climate change. And even when we talk about climate change, the government of Kenya received prior forecast on what was to come. They did nothing about it. You can't really blame it on climate change. But the government's preparedness, lack of preparedness to handle the issues, Ketora.
No, that could be there. But there are also other challenges.
He also says that it is
those other more other challenges that are there, because you see now for you to have a child to go to school, that child, there are a lot of requirements that he needs, and that is where the challenge is coming from. Most parents may not be able to afford to get those children. The fees could have been paid through capitations and all that, but there is a role that
capitation is not getting to school, Ketora.
No, to me, I think it is there.
It is not.
No, okay.
It is not.
Okay, anyway.
Because if we get into this, we are going to go past 8 o'clock, and I think it's very clear some things that that was the proverb today, that you cannot say things that are not the case.
There was the other issue that he brought out on rice, and he was very sensational on it. You know, Mheshimiwa, there are some things that cannot be left unchecked. Because the moment when you have demand going more higher than supply, then you will not be able to afford any rice. So before you castigate the government on what you are saying, importation of rice or importation of any other product, I think you still need to get also more.
I think one thing that's important here for us to look into here is very clear that there are rice farmers in Kenya who unfortunately are not able to ply their trade when you have the importation of rice from another country, when you have not set up protectionist policies to ensure that their rice is sold on the Kenyan market. This is the problem here. And I think it is necessary for us to look at things as they are, as opposed to us saying we are not sick until the day something happens. That was our proverb in the very beginning of things. So where our support may want to wax lyrical in one direction, it's important for us to look at the situation.
And the farmers have gone to court and argued their case. They have said we have so much rice. Before you import, let us first of all discuss about this rice that we have here.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds, Kagushia.
But it's also very surprising that Getora says that this problem of 700,000 students who have not gone to school cannot be attributed to this current administration. So I don't know whether we are supposed to address it using the last regime or the incoming regime, these 700 students. And I don't know whether they will be able to wait for that. And also, we have the issue of Northeastern having having problems with the rainfall. I'm wondering, why is it that you have taken all the food to Mount Kenya region, rice and beans, to Mount Kenya region, which has been receiving pretty good bumper harvest, ignoring the plight of Northeastern people who are dying of hunger? Why is it so that government can miss it so badly that you want to take rice to Mukurweini villages and beans where farmers have a bumper harvest, and now we are even on a mango season and we are not hungry at all?
I think that it's very...
And we have people who are dying in Northeastern region without food at all.
And I think it's very clear from conversations like this why we must have conversations like this. And unfortunately, our time is gone, but it leaves us on a bit of a cliffhanger, but necessary for us to revisit some of these issues. But we want to thank you at this point, both of you, for being here this morning. The Honourable John Kagushia is the Member of Parliament for Mukurweini constituency, joined by John Mark Ketora, who's the ODM Youth League President. Gentlemen, asante sana, both of you, for being here this morning. Good morning. 2 minutes past 8.
The time has been too short. Must.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The News Wire, I'm Leah Ubaga. ODM continues to be in turmoil as the deputy leader of the party, Godfrey Osotsi, has now slammed the party leader, Oburu Oginga, for failing to control the ongoing crisis. Now, Osotsi, who is also a Vihiga senator, has accused Oburu and National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed of ignoring the will of the widow of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, Ida Odinga, where she called for the resolution of divisions witnessed in the party among some leaders.
Before the Kilifi meeting, as part of trying to abide by the advice given by Mama Ida Odinga that leaders within the party must sit down and talk. I know for sure that Honorable Sifuna appeared with the Honorable Bosire, but the other two leaders did not appear in that meeting, only to turn up the next day in Mombasa, in Kilifi, for the Central Committee. What we are saying is that let us engage.
According to Osotsi, the party should now focus on implementing the 10-point agenda agreement signed last year between ODM and the ruling UDA.
The activities that are currently being conducted around the country are being done in a haste because I think the priority for ODM party is two things. Number one is the 10 points agenda.
A Nairobi man has been charged with impersonating head of public service Felix Koskei. in an alleged attempt to extort a 10 million shillings bribe from a senior government engineer attached to the Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Seth Osumo, who is facing 1 count of impersonating a public service officer and 2 counts of bribery, denied the charges when he appeared before Milimani Anti-Corruption Court Senior Principal Magistrate C.A. Okoh. Now, the court released him on a 1 million shillings bond or an alternative cash bail of 300,000 Kenya shillings and ordered him to surrender his passport and all travel documents pending the hearing and determination of the case. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning. It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock. Conversations we're having in the Situation Room this morning. Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis Aseto and Nduh with you this morning. Getting into things. Karibu Sana. If you're just joining us, audiences on KTN, you tuned in around the country, the region and the world. We'll have those conversations. It will prick sometimes. Might be a little bit painful, but necessary for us to have otherwise. And thank you for joining us. Our audiences on KTN and on our live streams and of course on terrestrial radio across. We get into a conversation this hour that you want to sometimes run away from, but we can't, because this one, it will keep chasing us no matter what it is that we do. Party politics, they'll play out, but how important actually are they, and what kind of attention should we be paying to them, and how it does matter? Are they commitments to the country, that when you see a party going through all of this, is it commitment to moving the country in a forward direct trajectory? And even as I ask that, our guest for this hour is Willis Otieno, advocate and also deputy party leader of the Safani Party, is here with us this morning. Wakili, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah?
Glad to be here.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
You have been very busy. And as you've been busy, things have been happening. Up and down, up and down. We're going to get into that today. Dennis went to Angola this week. And let him share his the problem for today first.
Beautiful country rich in diamonds, oil and gold. The country continues to suffer from landmines. Why? Because of the civil war, and they never really cleared their spaces there. So the residents today continue to suffer, and the landmines continue to blow up if one is not careful. But it is also the 7th largest country in the continent. But the proverb that we get today from Angola: a healthy person who pretends to be sick will soon be found out.
You cannot hide a disease. You can only hide that which you have control over. But nobody invites disease to themselves.
Yes.
So whatever you do, you may just hide for some time. But at a particular point, it will fester and it will come out. That is my interpretation.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm making sense, Dennis. The menace.
You make perfect sense, Ogil. You make perfect sense.
I think that interpretation might find its way playing into our conversation this morning, because we are seeing a lot of political party machinations playing out in society today. Yesterday, Professor Pierre Lumumba told us that there are no political parties in Kenya. He said that we have political formations, or essentially vehicles, that move people from one place to the next. But parties that, for all intents and purposes in Kenya today, seem to be struggling a little bit with who leads what, who is going where. Could we say that these are birth pains to then be able to deliver, you're already laughing, to deliver the Kenya that Kenyans want, or that is constitutionally ordained for this geographical area?
I'll start by saying that we do not have proper political parties in Kenya, save for Safina Party.
Okay. It's not a surprise.
So I'll only edit, I agree largely with the professor, but only to add that Safina Party is what you can define as a political party. ODM at some point seemed to have been a political party when they started. And I say this because a political party should be formed by a particular ideology. There must be something that caucuses people together in a political party with the sole purpose of pursuing that ideology. And Safina Party, our ideology is very clear. As we're on the economy, it's purely about the economy. The economy is stupid, nothing else. But look at the other formations, as Prof calls them. What is the ideology? Somebody today is pro-establishment, conservative, The next day, they're revolutionary. Then they keep swinging both ends. So you cannot even tell that which they represent. The things that they condemned yesterday are the things that they embrace today and practice today. That is why when somebody summarizes that there are no political parties in Kenya but political formations, yes, they are political formations.
Okay.
Because in formations, what you're looking for is the convenience. What is convenient today for my personal interests? What is convenient today is to sing the praises of an administration or to sing the praises of raising taxes to the people of Kenya, because I am benefiting from those taxes. But if there's an ideology, you will see and tell that, okay, what is it that informs this particular political party? What is the driving engine? What is the inner soul of the party? And is the party straying true to that inner soul? Look at, for example, I'm sorry for ODM, I'm going to pick on them today. Look at what ODM members of parliament used to say in 2023. And look at what they say today. Bad himself says William Ruto as a skunk. And he speaks loudly about debt, condemning it, wastage and corruption. But today is the number one person championing that very thing which he condemned. So if you told someone that this belongs to a political party, let's this is an individual. This is just a formation. They're just a caucus of individuals who are pursuing their interests. So if the interest is taken care of, personal interest for that matter, is taken care of today, that which you said yesterday, that which you championed yesterday, does not matter. And that is what we must reject in our politics. We need to move to a situation where political parties should be ideology-based. Then people vote for ideology. At the end of the electoral contest, the ideology should win, not individuals. So that when I go to vote, I am voting for an ideology. I know that Safina Party stands for this ideology. We are not paying Odia's debt. We are saying that the money that is used to pay Odia's debt apply to education, so education becomes free. Apply part of it to healthcare, health becomes free. We are saying that VAT should go, that we should only have a 5% sales tax. And we are saying that government should not borrow from the domestic market, and the money in the local banks should be available to Kenyans to borrow at low interest rates. So we are very clear. There are things that are self-executing. You do not even need the political administration to drive the agenda. Once you elect that administration, you know this is the ideology we voted for. I will not now pay VAT. Power is in my hands. I'll simply recalibrate my machine, put a 5% sales tax. That's all we pay. I'm going to purchase an item as a consumer. I just pay less, 11%. I pay 5% sales tax, not 16%.
So the ideology essentially would be activated, and then you wouldn't require an individual to come back to you next Saturday, for example, and say, I am going to do this, or I'm going to do the other, because you bring in the ideology by virtue of your vote, and you see these things playing out. I mean, it sounds almost extraterrestrial, but it sounds like that's what should happen.
But it happens. Look at the US, for example. We know what the Conservative Party, the Republicans, stand for. We know what the Democrats stand for. You know very well that if the Republicans Party are in power, the issue of gun control, the issue of reproductive health rights, the issues of tax to the wealthy, they are known. The core issues that political party stands for are known. Same also with the Democrats. You know the questions of minorities and marginalized groups, how they are going to be included in administration, we know question of welfare. So they are known. That is how political parties are formed. But in Kenya, Party A today will campaign on a platform. Then the next day, Party A will abandon everything that they stood for.
Do we therefore, Wakili, say, because if you look at what you're speaking about even today, we have political parties with their beautiful manifestos and their 10-point agendas and everything that they want to implement and achieve. But you get to power, and you realize that through policies that they put in place, talk about the tax measures that they put in place, how they're going to run the economy, everything is separate and removed from the manifesto and the ideology that they do have. Therefore, does it mean that whatever we have are just parties to hold power and not really to implement anything?
Of course, those are individuals who want to acquire power. And those manifestos, those are con documents, most of them. That's why I say for Safina, we are very clear. When we tell you that this is what we stand for, You don't need the administration to intervene. When I say that we are not going to charge VAT 16%, it's about economic liberation. It's about economic revolution. Who pays VAT? It's the people. See, when they are voting, they've said we are not paying 60% VAT, we are paying 5% sales tax. So it's not about government telling you that we've come with a policy on it. You voted for it. So just recalibrate your machine, give government 5% sales tax, you retain your 11% that you could have gone to VAT. When we say that healthcare should be free, not paid by the people of Kenya, don't wait for government to tell you that now from this day, don't do it. Just take your patient. You're the one who falls sick. Take your patient to the hospital and demand quality service so that the conversation moves away from access to quality. Because at the ballot, you had already made a decision. It's our economic liberation. But when you focus on the traditional, the legacy political parties, what do? The legacy political parties will draw for you very lofty images, give you nice pictures, nice term, flowery language of what they are going to do for you. It is them doing it. They live and tell you, I'll give you 10 billion, I'll give you 20 billion, Mama Mboga. Who are you giving? Who are you to give? From where? That is, to me, the mindset. That's a con man. When someone tells you, I'll give you 10 billion, where does it print money? It doesn't. That money belongs to the people of Kenya. So let us vote based on what the Kenyan people will do. They will set up for you the parameters based on the ideology that they've committed to. Our ideology is economic liberation. Our ideology is social justice. This is how it should be achieved. And the power being in the hands of the people, not a legacy politician telling you what he will do for you.
Okay. Kenya is a captive audience at the moment to these machinations that we speak about, mentioned earlier, that one of the, if not the largest political party movement, ODM movement, is in the wrangles of, infighting, looking for who the head should be or not be, wanting to go back and listen to the voice of the people. Is this normal? Should we see this in the progress of what many want to call a democratic evolution? That you will see things like this where, because power has left and changed hands, that you will see these wranglings internally? Is it normal? And should it now, pass over time?
Of course, one thing that we must all accept is that Raila Odinga represented the embodiment of what could be defined or referred to as the ideology of ODM. And within that movement, he carried lots of baggage. People who didn't believe even in whatever ideologies or the cause that Raila championed. And he was able, based on his long experience in politics and his stature, he was able to harmonize these competing interests. So even the charlatans in the room, they always knew that I only defer to Raila Odinga. I may have my own selfish interest, but at the point of difference, I'll take the cue from what he says.
Right.
Now he's not there. He's the glue that held together these competing interests, these selfish interests that exist within that formation. In his absence, there is no glue that will hold them. And because the bulk of that group, you find a significant number, that believe in nothing. They believe in self-interest. They don't believe that it's about the people. To them, they believe it's my opportunity to advance, gain individual benefits, but hoping that they will still hold onto the ODM behemoth, as it were. They will not succeed. And then there's another group that believes that the foundation of ODM was meant to be about the people. That's why it's a movement. It's the one of the few political parties that call themselves a movement, not a party. It's a movement to carry everybody. So it has lost its soul. And the fights are just going to get worse by the day. The differences are irreconcilable. Those fault lines cannot be mended for the simple reason that what is the underlying interest, what is the driving force that informs their participation within that movement?
What is their commitment today as we speak in terms of look at broad-based government and what it is they are pushing for? And even conversations right now is we are here to form the next government. It is not we are here to deliver to the people of Kenya. You look at United Opposition on the other hand, what are they talking about? We are here one term. That is our number one priority, Kesi Badai. Is there any commitment to deliver to the Mwananchi?
You know, why Safina Party we are neither 2-term or 1-term is because of that. That when you just campaign that we are 2-term on what? You're already in office. Deliver to the people that which you want to deliver to them after the elections. When you say it is 1-term, remove Ruto. Ruto must go. Ruto is going. He's going. That one is a fact. But what's next? Beyond Ruto, what's next? What is the area? What is the convergence? What is the promise to the people of Kenya? What's the commitment that you're making to the people? What are we voting for? Because once we choose what we are voting for, the going of William Ruto is just but a consequence of us voting for, choosing what we are voting for. But legacy politicians will always turn this thing to be about themselves. Look at the United Opposition Group. Look at the broad-based. I gave the classic example last time. William Ruto was a presidential candidate. Raila Odinga was a presidential candidate. Before he passed, Raila Odinga and William Ruto, one side. On the other side, Martha Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka at one time have been Raila Odinga's running mates. Gachagua was Ruto's running mate. Now, running mates on one side, presidents on one side. And then you tell me that they're different. There's no difference between these two formations. They're the same. The only competition they're having is as to who sits as the head honcho on the table of mismanaging our resources.
Right.
There is no ideology. That is why anybody can cross comfortably from one side to the other and back and forth. You can see handshakes, you can see formations. Look even at the United Opposition.
Okay.
How many of their members are just crossing casually back to William Ruto, 1-2 term, and then they go back?
So what you're saying is that if it was built on ideology, if it was built from a place where you actually wanted to see the country progress, it would not be easy for you to hop from one to the other.
It will be impossible. What you may have are compromises on certain issues to advance the country. In the US, I think it was last month, they had their government shutdown. And part of it was that the Democrats and the Republicans were not able to reach a compromise on certain bills, on finance, government budget. So they shut down the government. They take time to reach a compromise. But it doesn't mean they cross over. That one side has crossed over is now supporting the other politically. It's just say, okay, what is the compromise we can reach based on this impasse and to the best interest of the people of America? But in Kenya, when there's a compromise, people start talking of cabinet slots. And now give my people jobs. But where's the people's benefit once you give one individual a job? That now because somebody comes from Nyanza, he's a CS, now the old people of Nyanza, their problems are sorted economically. We have how many kids who have not gone to school this year? The last count I saw, the Standard had given a figure of almost 800,000 people. Kids who ought to join school have not transited. Now, those are the things that we should be focusing on. Not giving legacy politicians jobs. Because what they've done is this legacy political cabral, they've now taken over the Republic of Kenya and they're using it to advance their selfish interest. We are not discussing politics and leadership based on the common good of the people. That is what we need to move away from. And I do believe that there are many Kenyans who are concerned with the state of politics and leadership in this country. That is why, in my estimation, you are not seeing an emerging consensus as the next leader of Kenya. We seem to have an emerging consensus as to these legacy politicians are going to be rejected anyway, including William Ruto. They are going. But we are just to now have a formation that will show where the country needs to go to.
Okay, that's a critical point that you raised there, because now you say, as we sit today, Kenyans are not united on who is to rule, who is to be president, right? Therefore brings the conversation on how critical the voice of Mwananchi is in choosing the next leader. And as we sit here today, even in our caucuses, in our different groups, and even our Mwananchis, they continue to waddle in these waters. How critical are they in terms of saying we've agreed If it's one term and must go, must go. Legacy politicians must go, but that the next leader must come from us, and this is what we want. Are Kenyans having those discussions as we speak?
They are. And I always get my confidence from the young people who came out last year, but one and last year, to the extent that we saw Kenyans mobilizing on an issue, and the issue was the economy. Not mobilized by legacy politicians. They were mobilizing based on an issue that affects all Kenyans, irrespective of age, class, tribe, everything. It was the economy. And we saw an attempt by legacy politicians, the Gachagua group, what they're trying to do to reduce this conversation into one term, two term. They were trying to take over politically the movement that had brought the economy as the key issue in the country by turning it into William Ruto must go, it's one term. But one term, then what? They were not having that discussion. At the point when Gachagua started his running around the country, if you can recall, the young people had put William Ruto on his pedestal. He was being forced to now hold town hall meetings to discuss the economy. Our politics was now evolving towards the economy.
Yeah.
That he's holding town hall meetings to explain himself on what he's doing and what he's promising to do on the economy. But then once you start reducing it into one term, two term, tribal arrangements, you are playing on his table. Because you go there that, you go and bring your Kikuyu, bring your Kambas, bring your Kisi, bring your Jaluos, bring your what. You will have an answer immediately. Yeah? As you put your lineup of tribal leaders, even him will have a lineup of tribal leaders. So you go campaign in Bere, you're a former deputy president, he'll send the current deputy president there. You go there with a former attorney general who was a CS public service, he sends the CS public service. Who is sitting there to campaign in that same Bere. You claim that now you have Kalonzo, he will have his Mutua. You claim you have Siji Eugene Wamalwa, he will send Barasa and Paranya and Mutangula. So you're playing in his table.
Indeed.
The conversation should move away from these legacy politicians. You cannot have a conversation that we are now putting a table for tribesmen to sit on. Who say those tribesmen represent their people? Those tribesmen have benefited from the Kenyan people for the last 30 years or so, and there's no benefit. In fact, the sum total of the tribal politics is that we have 800,000 young people who are not accessing to school when they should.
Right.
That should concern us.
So the conversations that are being had, essentially, whatever is being sold from those conversations is not what Kenyans need to buy. And we've often asked ourselves the question, how then do Kenyans know? How do you make that right decision? That if what you're hearing is not any time about the actual things that will turn around an economy, that will improve livelihoods, that will sort out the perennial issues that have been Kenya's bane for the longest time. If those are the conversations that you're not having, then it's very clear who you should be selecting to be your leader. Is it that simple?
It is. It is that simple. It's only that we've allowed legacy politicians to, in terms of political messaging, they've saturated that space of political messaging, trying to double down on tribal politics, on division, on their self-interest. But there is an ongoing conversation among the people of Kenya to critique and to try to proffer solutions on what is the main issue that the country should focus on. And I do believe it's part of that conversation that led to the largest mobilization in the history of Kenya, of young people, to do a campaign to reject the finance bill. That was an economy issue. That was an issue that affected all Kenyans, even the legacy politicians who are going to be affected by that finance bill. The economic pain was unbearable to all Kenyans. So these conversations must continue in different channels and platforms. The bulk of it is taking place on social media. A lot of it is taking place also on the ground, at the grassroots level, household level. When every evening you see your plate of dinner shrinking. When you see yourself confronted with escalating hospital bills, you are confronted with a youth population, many young people who are qualified and don't have jobs. And those who have jobs, majority of them are not doing jobs for which they trained. Over December, I was in the village traveling the entire Nyanza region. And there was one common thread. Whenever I went to church, I would go to different churches. But I noticed you'll meet this elderly lady who will come to you and talk to you that we have a big problem. I'm now staying at home with my sons. He's a graduate. My daughter is a graduate. I'm the one now taking care of them in my retirement. Is there a way in which the political establishment can address this youth unemployment? This is a kid who has lived according to what the society had asked him. Was an obedient kid, went to school, got his qualifications, his master's, his degree. And then when he goes to the market to look for a job, the market is not creating any job that is commensurate with his qualifications. Now they're living with their parents, the ones who are lucky. The ones who are not lucky are doing menial jobs that don't pay them for their qualifications. He's not even applying their skill set. That is a conversation that people are having. Who is listening to us today that does not know an unemployed graduate or a diploma holder or a certificate holder? Who doesn't know? Everybody knows. And they live within this community. They live within our society. And it cuts across. It's not something that you're going to say is unique to this particular tribe and that particular tribe is exempted. Even in William Ruto's own tribe, there are people who are qualified and are not doing jobs that are commensurate with their qualifications. Some are not doing jobs at all, are being taken care of by their parents. And even those parents, not like they have anything. They are just draining off the little pension.
Because they will not essentially throw their children into
You can't throw your kid out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now this is the question, because it might be that people are then convinced that, the administration of the day is trying to do something about this problem, youth unemployment. Let's take that as an example. The Nyota program, essentially what we're looking at is 50,000 shillings for 100,000 young people across the country. So maybe that took off, maybe some places. And then no sooner had that started, then we see this next one. Just last week it was announced that the president said we're going to be giving 6,000 shillings to 90,000 people around the country. I don't know, every month, I don't know. Something about that. Is that the panacea to the problem? There was a Hustler Fund, which we had a conversation about this morning. We're not quite sure where that money went. We know that 11 billion of it has been gobbled up for, whatever it was. But it seems as though there were seemingly, injections over time that would sort out some of these problems, seemingly. Are they not?
One thing that legacy politicians know and where they fail is they practice distribution. They're distributionists. They think the problem of Kenya is a problem of distribution. That there's this much money that is held here. We need to distribute it, become Father Christmas, distribute it to gain political capital. But you're not addressing the problem. I was in Siaya when the Nyota enumeration was being done. And when they went to the sub-county commissioner's office, they were told they only want, I think, was it 100 groups. The queue had more than 5,000 young people. So you take 100. What about the 4,900 that were not taken that day? Where do they go? Our problem is not distribution. Our problem is production. So if William Ruto or these legacy politicians minded that they want to change the fate of the people of Kenya, they will move away from distributive economics to productive economics. And this is what Safina Party, for example, will stand for. We are saying, what should be the driver of economic growth? It cannot be government. Government can just be but a facilitator. Growth and production must be private sector driven, the individual. And what are the barriers to private sector growth in this country? Number one is access to capital. People have great ideas. What they lack is access to money. You go to the bank, you're told your interest rate is 20%. And you ask yourself, why? When in Europe, interest rate is 4%, 3%. Number one reason is your government is borrowing illegally from that same bank. So when you go to take a loan, the bank does not even want to listen to you.
No.
You are an undesired customer. They prefer to lend to your government because they know that same government, remember the money in the bank is your money. It's my deposit, your deposit.
Exactly.
Your government comes and borrows it at 14% interest rate, then comes to you First, after it's below 14%, kicks you out of that market. You can't access that capital. Then it comes to you, raises your taxes, charges, and levies to pay for that high interest rate of money that was borrowed, which was yours. So, Safina Party, we are saying, stop borrowing from domestic market. What it means is this. Interest rates will fall. With access to credit, capital, 3% interest rate. You borrow 1 million, you're only paying 40,000 Kenyan shillings at interest per year. What can the Kenyan people do?
Absolutely.
So with access to capital, you are able to turn your invention, your idea, into profit. Now, if you allow as many Kenyans as they exist access to that capital, what we are discussing about youth unemployment will not be there. But you're not going to solve that youth unemployment by giving people 6,000 shillings, by giving people Nyota funds of 50,000, of which that 50,000 that you're giving the groups, how much of it is going to government bureaucracy? Right? Before you even set up. Then you're telling this person to go and set up a business, for example, with that 50,000. Where's the market? Yeah. Because his market didn't get that money. His market has no access to capital, has no access to the consumption, the consumption income is low. They are not able to spend. The disposable income is very low. They are not able to spend. So even if you end up put up, as David Nduh always says, that you go and put up chapatis, it presupposes that there is enough people who are willing to buy or have money to buy that chapati. If you are the only person who got Nyota fund, and you go and put up your chapati baking machine, and yet Dennis and others don't have money, you will eat those chapatis yourself.
True.
There's no market for the chapati.
And clearly, see, this speaks on a point where Kenyans today, if you just speak in terms of, do you believe there is any formation that is out there to look after your interest? And many would say, we are on our own. And because we are on our own, then it behoves upon us to make decisions that will make us be part of the process. For a very long time, we've had the middle class, the young people being told to get into these political spaces and change the story, because can't always be complaining, yet you're not part of the solution. Be there and push and move to change things the way you want. Is that a trajectory? And is the political class, the legacy politicians, as you call them, are they tuned to reality on ground?
I don't think the legacy politicians are tuned to the reality on the ground, because to them they have created their own make-believe world, and they believe that the long years of practice of their legacy politics, they have in a way captured the psyche of the people. They are able to manipulate them. They are able to deploy tribe, deploy money to undermine the quest of the people. The call and responsibility is now on the people of Kenya to define what they want. They have started doing it, as I've said. The young people are able to drag William Ruto to start doing town halls on economic discussions. We just need to go back there, where the primary focus of any discussions on politics and governance should be the economy. You will see all these legacy politicians fall by the wayside, because they cannot hold a sane economic discussion that impacts the people of Kenya. To them, a solution to economic problem is to give you handouts. That's why William Ruto will say, I'll give you 6,000. So when he says 6,000, where is it going to come from? Yeah. Or who has produced it to give the 6,000? But for optics of legacy politics, it's very good. If you tell today, in the desperate state of our young people, if you say that I'm giving out 6,000 today, you'll have almost 100,000 people queuing outside. But you're not addressing the key problem.
Okay.
If you address the key problem, which is, why are our people not able to grow economically? It's because we are not producing.
And that's the pain point, isn't it? Because when we look at the blueprints for a lot of things, and if, you know, it's kind of sometimes difficult to believe, but a lot of the people who have strayed away from what would be government today have said, well, they did have very good plans in place, and we actually thought that they were going to do this. One of the big ones was KIPES. They said that we're going to actually come and have industrial parks where this manufacturing that you talk about, which is necessary for development, was going to take place. That hasn't happened yet. This ministry, the long one, MITI, industry, trade, investment, etc., etc., was supposed to set up things for this very same thing to happen. we still kind of dilly-dallied around. We've changed a couple of PSs in there. We've changed the CS a couple of times. Not been able to look where. That the only time you will then be able to move the development needle is when you are selling something for which you can achieve a profit. I mean, it's simple math here. That you will not be able to, even in a business, Willis, if you're selling something and you're not making anything, you're basically just making something for somebody to consume. You have to make something in order for you to develop as a business. It's the same principle for a country. We've seen it done around the world. So it would seem as though in some direction there was an idea that said, okay, this is the way. But do we see one thing that Kenya makes today that it's selling? I'm not talking about the things that grow out of the ground, like flowers, whereby you can, you can domicile around them, or like the tourism, which yes, indeed, you can get a profit from. But for you to make something that you will then be able to realize a profit after exportation, for example, is it so difficult to get into that direction?
In demand-side economics, the greatest undoing is they believe that government is the Baba na Mama, that government should do everything. Here, when government decides that they're going to put up industrial parks in every county, what will be produced in those industrial parks?
And that's what I have now.
You get? Government cannot be the driver of economic growth. Government, as I've said, can only be a facilitator. And that is what Safina will say as we practice supply-side economics. And our position is very simple. Remove the barriers. Then let the private sector to grow. Let the private sector, the individual, be the driver of economic growth. Government just gives an enabling environment that enables that private sector to thrive.
So, sorry, Willis, just on that point, it's because oftentimes people say, okay, well, where has that worked? But do we not see that it is around the world where it is the private sector with facilitation of government for certain things to happen, licenses, access to credit, etc., creating that environment that's conducive for these businesses to thrive? It is the private sector that drives economy.
Of course. Then that's one thing we must all accept. For any country to grow in a liberal democracy like Kenya, it has to be private sector driven. Unless we decide to become what you call the dictatorships, where government is even running everything. We are a liberal economy. Let us accept what we are and do what liberal economies do, which is you remove government from being the driver of economic growth and enable the private sector. Provide an enabling environment that empowers the private sector and gives it an opportunity. So like, for example, if you go to some counties, you find there was an industrial park that was set up. It's now set up for bats. Bats and cockroaches are the ones living in those industrial parks. Yeah? Because after you set up that industrial park, what will happen to it? Yeah. You are hoping that to attract industry. Why is that not going there? Why are there even no SMEs that are going to set up, use them as hubs? Because as you are building that brick and mortar, the industry you are hoping was going to set up there is facing a myriad of government challenges and obstacles that makes him less competitive. Because if you look at the taxes they're going to pay, you look at even access to energy, you don't even have guaranteed stable energy supply. You're doing load shedding. The cost of that electricity itself, energy itself, here it's almost 23 US cents. In Ethiopia, it's 9 US cents.
Right.
So how are you going to compare the goods produced in Ethiopia? So it's the wrong mindset. That money that you spent, wasted to build for bats and cockroaches, bedding, lodging facilities, you could have applied to something that empowers the people of Kenya. So the government must understand its role. Legacy politicians like those projects because they provide photo ops. Right now, go to almost every county. You will find somebody is putting up for you at the markets. And those markets, they have almost the same design, almost all of them. A market that has stairs going up.
And money's been spent.
And money is being spent, Now tell me, the market that existed in that locality, before government came up to build a market, was a ground level market, open space.
Field,
Now, all of a sudden, you're putting a market that is 3 floors up or 5 floors. Now, you expect, in terms of practicality, when goods are delivered to that market, You expect someone is going to carry a sack of potatoes from the ground floor to the fifth floor.
To the fifth floor. Mm.
That is why you find a market building. Next to it is a thriving market outside, the open space market. Thriving. Yeah. And the building is ignored. But legacy politicians want to take pictures with the building and say we are doing something. Somebody is making noise about it here, affordable housing. I'm building houses. He goes to Homa Bay, puts up 110 units. The population of Homa Bay is 1,071,000 plus. 1,071,000. Now you put up 110 units. You are all over the world, shouting to the people of Homa Bay how affordable housing is going to change their lives. It will not change anybody's life.
No.
But if you spend that money, because you told us, if you look at the costing of that unit, if you just allow the people of Homa Bay access to capital, there are so many entrepreneurial children in Homa Bay, young people of Homa Bay and women, who, if they access capital, they understand Homa Bay better than even government.
But the president said that what he's doing is he's dignifying the lives of Kenyans by giving them a place whereby they don't have throwaway toilets, where they have, a place where they can sit, and they don't have to all sleep in a room separated by a curtain.
The private sector has been doing it. The private sector has been doing it. The individuals have been doing it. What has been stopping their progress is tax regime. Yeah, that's what is delaying them. But if you left it to that people had money, access to money, disposable income, they will be all able. Nobody is living in a dingy shanty in Nairobi because of lack of houses in Nairobi. People are living in poor housing conditions in Nairobi because they don't have money. Because go to Kilimani, go to Ruaka, go to Mirema, go to Nyayo, they are vacant houses.
They are.
Looking for tenants.
They are.
And then go again to the informal settlements in Kibra, you go to Mukuru. There are people living in shanties. They are not enjoying living in those shanties. They will wish they lived in those properly built apartments. But they don't have money. And they're not going to solve it by saying tokenism and putting up these units for you to be able to access. Then out of a population of 1 million, only 110 people are able to access it. And I think you've solved the problem. You've not solved anybody's problem. And even the ownership structures of those houses. The vulnerable poor are not able to afford. But if you create an economy that people have access to money, the priority being, I'm creating an economy that produces more to my people. People will move.
Okay, see, all these things rely on the laws of the land, whichever you want to look at it. Because here we've just spoken about the government borrowing on the local market against the law. The government borrowing outside and the money is not hitting the consolidated fund.
Yes.
We are talking about policies, taxation, corruption, and everything surrounds the law. If the country Kenya and its leadership followed the laws of the land, where would this country be? Because we want to talk about China and how they're moving. One thing in China is you're corrupt, you're dead. Singapore that you want to go, you're corrupt, you're dead. We have laws here, but laws is a suggestion.
In fact, somebody told me, this is a very interesting way in Kisumu, that yes, we are going to Singapore. And the first person we are hanging when we get to Singapore is William Ruto. Because in Singapore, they hang the corrupt. So the first person we are going to hang is William Ruto when we get to Singapore. Because we don't want to be a country of corruption. But the point is this. When you look at our laws, I believe they're sufficient. What we lack is the political will to live by our laws. Governance issues. So people intentionally decide to ignore the law. The law becomes an inconvenience because they want to pursue their selfish interest. They want to accumulate wealth, undermine the state, so to speak, and the people. So they don't care as to the law. So we should not even be discussing law reform in Kenya, if you ask me, because the law is there. The laws are there, sufficiently enumerated, but consistently ignored and undermined by the legacy politicians. So what we need in terms of leadership is a leadership that is informed by the quest of the common good. That you don't even need the law. That law should not even be that because the law said this. It should be that whatever I'm doing, is it to the best interest of the people? that the law finds me doing the good thing, advancing the cause of the people. Not that I'm advancing the cause of the people because the law says it.
Yeah.
That is the difference between legacy politics and Safina politics. Safina is about the people, and the people taking power in their hands to economically grow and ensure that they are able to access a life of dignity, not a life of handouts.
Wakili, why do you think people take the handouts? Because we see, I don't know that there has been a day, even this last weekend, when President William Ruto was out and there were handouts that were being given. People took them. Every time we've seen people go called to State House, whatever, and it is across social strata, whether it's teachers, whether it's chiefs, whether it's members of the county assembly, whether it's members of the handouts they're given, they're taken. Why do people take them? Is it that there's no understanding of this is not how it should work?
In my community, we are fishermen.
Okay.
They say that fish gets rotten from the top. William Ruto himself gets handouts from the state. Yeah, whose money is it there? Whose money is it distributing? If the top itself is getting handouts from the coffers illegally, you are told State House has already finished its budgetary allocation and asking for more. Yeah, that's the truth of the matter.
But it's January.
It's January, and yet we have still 5 more months to go. So the point is this: that fish is rotten from the top. Then look at the people that we have. People are living desperate situations here.
Yeah.
Many families are not able to afford 3 meals in a day. You're actually lucky to even get one.
True.
So given a choice between ideology and a plate of ugali,
you will not eat ideology for lunch.
Okay. They will go and get that 100 bob or 200 bob. But doesn't mean that by going to get that 100 bob or 200 bob, that they've sold to you what their core is. It is the same group, when the time comes, that will punish these legacy politicians in ways that you've never seen before. Because when you subject them to this constant fight to access handouts, you are depriving them of their dignity. People are seeing their deplorable situation. The lives that they're living is not what they hope for. But when they hear that there's an easy 100 bob, 200 to 1,000 being given, they'll go and do it. Just so they're able to eat, get a meal for the day.
Indeed.
So I don't condemn anybody who goes to collect handouts from the top Fuliza people. The number one handout collector is William Ruto, who collects handouts from the state.
Okay.
So in the way people go and get it, it's your money.
So if the tone is set from the top, and that you should then usher into a new system of because this is a system. This governance that we're seeing currently is a system.
Yes.
So if a new system of governance were to be introduced or ushered in that actually followed the rule of law across board, would that set the tone, and the people actually then would, number one, stop accepting, stop taking, and actually insist? Then do you see that people would then be able to change if the script was flipped?
I will only add by saying, if we economically empower our people, give them economic opportunities, they will not go for handouts. I'm sure this Dennis is sitting here. At least he has a small salary. Dennis will not go to follow a politician to be given 200 bob. But you have so many other Kenyans. He will not follow. He will not. He will not follow. But there are so many Kenyans who are even Dennis's age, who are not fortunate to earn even a coin. They live hand to mouth, day by day. That sometimes even does hard labor for the day to earn 100 shillings. So he as a politician is somewhere with 200 bob. If he has to work to get 100 bob, now there's somebody who's giving it at 200 for free. They will go and get it.
For sure.
And I don't condemn them. So what we need to address, the problem is we have to address the economy. When people have access to money, just like already there are people in this country who have access to money, whatever little income they have. Go to Langata here. I always give that's my classical example. You can see the demographics of people who go to get handouts and those who don't go to get handouts. Those who live in the apartments, right? That maybe somebody is doing some job somewhere, is guaranteed I can always find myself in an office in the morning. They never attend political rallies.
No.
They will not go for any handout. But then those who are doing menial labor or casual jobs that you are paid based on what you get per day, I mean, they'll be available. Sure. So the problem is the economy. We want to make sure that everybody is earning something independent of politicians. Then they will all stop following politicians. But for as long as you have desperate folk who don't have any earning, I sympathize with them. What can they do?
Indeed.
Yeah.
There's something that's come up very clear today, and that you often ask ourselves what the role is, but it's clear here that, you choose and, you follow the law. Quite simply, that should be the basis for all of this. If the conversation makes you uncomfortable, then it's clear that something needs to be done about it in this case and where we are going. Well, Mr. thank you always for then being able to join us in this conversation as you've done. Folks want you to stay, but, time doesn't allow us to do that.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Cheno is an advocate of the High Court and as well as Deputy Leader Safina Party. Thank you for being here this morning. Good morning, folks. It's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Wire. Amla Ubaga. President Uhuru Kenyatta, that is former President Uhuru Kenyatta, is among the leaders who met at the African Union high-level meeting, which discussed key decisions aimed at advancing the peace process in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In a statement issued after the meeting, the African Union said the discussions aimed to strengthen regional and continental efforts to restore peace and stability in the eastern DRC, an area that has been plagued by armed group fighting, a situation that is deteriorating security, and also the humanitarian crisis has been experienced there. The meeting was also attended by other former presidents, including Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria, Catherine Samba Panza of the Central African Republic, and Masisi Mogwetsi of Botswana, as well as Saleh Zwede of Ethiopia. The high-level forum reaffirmed its commitment to finding a political solution to the conflict while endorsing ongoing mediation efforts as the main way to end the ongoing hostilities. The People's Front for Freedom has raised alarm over the health of its leader, Dr. Kizza Besigye, saying his condition is critical and worsening while he's in custody. In a statement, the party said Dr. Besigye was rushed overnight from Luzira prison to a medical facility at Bugolobi Village Mall under heavy security, though no further details were given. PFF said the incident has deepened concern about his welfare, holding the regime and prison authorities fully responsible for his well-being. The party demanded immediate and unrestricted access for his family and personal doctors, insisting he's being unlawfully detained and should be freed to receive proper medical care. The Water Services Workers Union has given Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti a 24-hour ultimatum to reinstate 6 senior executives of the county water company dismissed over alleged poor performance. Speaking in Nairobi, the union's National Secretary Matilda Chebet criticized the governor, saying the county should instead address the 40 million shillings owed to the contractors. Union Chairman Francis Nyongesa, on his part, warned of possible strike action if the demands are not met.
Mine is just to call on employees of those 6 water companies to be prepared and ready to protect their jobs. And I want also to call upon the governor to listen to us and reinstate those 6 employees whom she sent on compulsory leave and procedural. Again, I want to call upon the governor also to make sure that the outstanding bills is paid, in full, is paid. Of course, she has no moral authority to be asking for performance if she's not paying for the bills.
Yes. And the MCA for Hospital Ward in Trans Nzoia County, Eric Wafula, has urged leaders to stop politicizing development matters. His remarks follow President William Ruto's pledge of 1 billion shillings to rebuild the Kitale Level 4 hospital after its services were relocated to Amalwa Kijana Referral Hospital.
Mimi kama kiongozi hapa Trans Nzoia, kama juzi tulienda kwa rais tukaomba vitu fulani Ombi langu kwa wana Trans Nzoia, mahali kama tunaweza pata maendeleo, vile rais amesema anaenda kuweka bilioni 1 kujenga hospitali ya district, tafadhali usiingize siasa ndani. Kwa sababu wakaaji wote wa Trans Nzoia County, ukweli ni kwamba tunafurahia referral inaendelea, lakini kwangu kama mkaaji wa Hostel Ward, kama wanaenda kujengea hospitali ya bilioni 1 hapo na mtu aingize ndani siasa, huyo mtu atakiwa na Trans Nzoia maisha mazuri.
He added that the national government, in collaboration with the railway sector, plans to improve the business environment in Kitale to boost the local economy.
Sisi ndio tuliambia rais, nusu ya town iko ndani ya railway. Badala ya railway kukaa bure, tunaomba railway wenyewe wajenge vibanda, alafu hizo vibanda wapatie wananchi. Hapo tulikosa kweli. Ikijenga vibanda pengine 5,000 hapa, wafanyabiashara wangapi watafaidika? Hiyo ndio sisi tulienda kuomba nani? Rais. Na tukaomba tena kwa kaunti zote, mahali penye hakuna lami milimani Trans Nzoia County. Na kweli rais akasema anaenda kufikiria kama anaweza kutupatia kilomita 5. Hiyo mimi kama viongozi nakataa. Kuna zile miradi tunatarajia serikali ya kaunti tufanyie na nyingine serikali kufanya namna kutufanyie.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And just like that, it's already 9 a.m. Who knew that time could fly when you're having fun and when you're having conversations that actually matter and move the nation. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Now at 9 o'clock, we get into another one. And sometimes important for us, not sometimes, all the time, important for us to have intelligent conversation around things that will actually move the needle in the direction in which we want it to. And so that's what brings us to our next conversation, to be had by governance expert Ahmed Hashi. Good morning.
Good morning, Nduh. Good morning, my buddy. I miss this place. Hii mahali ya watu wazuri. Nasema asante. Na najua kahawa inakuja. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you for coming, and it's good to see you this year. You're on the other side of things. I keep saying people should be afraid of you just a little bit. You make some predictions that seem to come true.
They all came true. Some of them didn't come true. They all came true.
They all came through. They all came true. So this is the thing. Before we get into this, Dennis went to Angola.
Land that is rich of oil, diamond, gold, seventh largest in the continent, twice the size of France. All that about Angola. Sadly, because of the civil war in the country, they still have landmines, and once in a while you find that people are affected by that. But let's go to the proverb. A healthy person who pretends to be sick is soon found out.
Well, that's very close to some of the things that I do. It's very close to some of the things that human nature is bizarre. So I find myself doing some things that sometimes I pretend. Pretend with my last-born daughter who wants a new car because she's in university and I can't afford it. So I have to pretend. Say, yes, I'll buy it. But you have to give me a bit of time to do that. And it has to be second-hand car. And it can't be very expensive. So that land is a song by Awuor called Angola, Angola, Angola. You heard of that song? Beautiful song. It's in Portuguese. It's one of the shining examples of first anti-colonial struggles. It's a shining example of... they defeated the South African army there. And that's why Namibia got independence. That's why Angola got independence. And that's why, South Africa got independence. And it's Cuban troops who were taken from Angola as slaves 300 years ago, taken to Cuba to cut sugarcane. They're the ones who fought. They were the backbone of the Cuban troops. We never give Cuba the credit that it deserves for helping us liberate a lot of South Africa. It also went through a civil war. And now they're pretending, to get back to your question, they're pretending there is over because they had a president and his daughters who stole all the oil. And she became one of the richest women in Africa.
Dos Santos.
And it's a problem of corruption in our post-colonial societies. And I think that's why one of the things you've invited me to speak about in the state of our nation. I think that Angola is so rich that it could have the economy twice the size of Europe. The landmass is twice the size of Europe. The people who are the resources of Angola, and it's not what's under the ground, it's the people who are up there. It is human resources that fix countries. It's not minerals. If you have smart people, then they make smart choices about minerals and oils and things like this. But if you go the way of the looting of Angolan oil by the former president and his daughter. By the way, the former president of Angola was born in Cape Verde. Did you know that?
Cabo Verde.
Yeah, he was born there and he came to Angola as a child, which shows you that Africans have been going everywhere and we are one nation, we are one continent. And the word aluta continua came from Angola, you know that? So Angola, Mozambique, and these countries, they have shown us the way. But now we want the countries to show the citizens the way so they can get housing, they can get healthcare, they can get good roads, they can become good citizens, and they can get multi-party democracy, they can get constitutions. That's what we want.
Okay, that's interesting. Because in that interpretation, you've kind of gone into our discussion for this morning. And there's so many things that happen across the continent, even in this country. We're looking at what happened in Uganda the other day, and looking at what happened in Tanzania a few months before that, what happened in Madagascar, what happened in Namibia, what is likely to happen in Nigeria 2027.
Yes.
And, we're going south and then going east. It's a song, actually. But anyway, and then going west. But now we have to ask ourselves the question that with all of these tides that we see the people at the center of all of this and saying, okay, we need something different. And everybody uses democracy as though we really practice it. And that's my opinion. But what do you think about democracy? Is democracy in the way in which is originally intended to be practiced today as we see it? And is there anything wrong with saying that perhaps it's about time that different countries crafted what governmental administrative ideologies that they were going to follow?
Well, your uncle wrote that book called Things Fall Apart.
Right, my uncle, okay. Huh?
Is it your uncle?
Yeah.
Great man. But he got the poem from an Englishman. It says the things fall apart. The center doesn't
cannot hold.
Things fall apart. I think it's, I remember the poet, English poet. I'll remember him in a minute. So, it is very important for the debate in our country and in the rest of the continent to be intelligent, as you said, my dear sister, and that we don't gainsay the public to think that if we speak about tariffs or democracy, that the people don't get it. I think the people are the ones who want these things, so they really understand these things more than even I do. So there are basic building blocks that we have to put up. What's the one building block? Internationally, we are unable to compete with, say, cotton in the United States because it's highly subsidized. And they have made the GATT rounds, you know about these GATT rounds, and you've made this international system in which we cannot buy and sell and make a profit in a way that other countries that are aligned to the hegemon, the United States and Europe as its partner, and we are unable to penetrate those markets and make a profit. So we are held in a balance so that we collect taxes here, we pay the taxes, but we don't have any extra money to do anything else. Because all we're doing is, Simon said, sit down. We're on a chair. Secondly, the political class we have in African continents are not standing up for their nation and states. Djibouti, for an example. Here, just in East Africa, nobody pays attention to a little country on the top.
Yeah, at the horn, literally at the horn.
Which is a satellite of I don't know what or who. And it's a nation state, but it doesn't make any sense. It's an anachronism. The Israelis went to Somaliland the other day, recognized the government of Somaliland. International forces are coming into our area. The reason they're coming into our area is because they want to control our region, further control our region. They want to further control our economies. Part of our displeasure at our situation or our nervous conditions is based on these patterns of economic exploitation. So what do we need to do? The first thing that we need to do is get people like the president of Burkina Faso. But we have to elect one like him. We shouldn't overthrow governments unless the problem has metastasized to such a way that it doesn't help us anymore. So I think that if we connect our local problem here of education, we have a problem with education. The people, you see this young boy and his father who was in the newspaper, and he's praying for his son who's in grade 10. And he's saying, I have 30 shillings left, and he's really talking to God. You can see he's talking to God. You can actually see the spiritual connection. You can actually see it. You don't have to be evidence for it. We're human beings. We're empathic. We can hear it. We can feel it. And you can see the future of Kenya in that photograph. You can see the future. That 10-year-old boy and his son absolutely despondent about their situation. I asked the Minister of Education to look into that young man's case. I think it's very important that that boy has been placed and get some kind of funding so that he can go and study without an empty stomach. When I went to school, in primary school, there's a lot of kids who would come, and we had the Nyayo milk program. I didn't know some of those kids didn't have food because education was public and we had uniforms. Couldn't tell who was poor and who had money.
Because it's an equalizer.
It's an equalizer. And we went out. I drank the milk. I was lucky that my dad would come at lunchtime and I get a little lunchbox. I was lucky. I mean, it was just another person like all those other kids. So these problems are man-made. Our education system in Kenya is not working, is man-made. The president said that Shah is going to fix it in 3 years.
It's 4 years.
Can you imagine telling the country that? What is he saying? Saying it's not working, isn't it?
Yes, actually. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. You're not going to fix something that ain't broke.
It's broken, right?
Yeah.
Our economy, what's happened to our economy? It's a disaster. What's happening to our governance system? It's terrible. Minister of Finance said that he was a political appointee and he is going to do what the president says. But when he was swearing, he swore under what? To defend and protect the Constitution of Kenya. You see? Now, Kenyans now have a chance in 2027 to bring out men and women who might help them. I don't think, I think the president may return to office. I said this before, because of the opposition. The entire country is in the opposition. But the president is counting on 1992 scenario when Moi defeated the opposition. And the people were with the opposition. He just split them up, and that's what he's tried to do. So I think that the whole country and the entire population, the Gen Zs and all the men and women of goodwill in this country have to stand up and say, if our schools are not working, if our healthcare is not working, if our roads are not working, if we're being taxed too much, there's something wrong with the country and we have to try and fix it. I think that's where we should start.
And actually, you look at it in terms of the democracy as we know it has been pretty much choreographed by the West, pretty much. The system and everything else comes from the West. And if you look at some of conversations that have been party to, many are saying maybe it's about time that we just came up with our own decision that it's one term, not even two term. You come in, you do your business, you go, because you're tired of someone who's in power, knows they have a second stab at it, and because they control the machineries within the political system, they can get back. And Kenyans are saying maybe it's about time that we had a conversation and said, sisi tunataka one term, and that's it.
There's a professor from Luo Nyanza. I won't say his name. He told me, I thought it was the funniest thing I ever heard. He told me that it's, we've struggled enough. It's, you other people go struggle.
What?
Yeah, he said, why do we lose struggling like that? What the hell's wrong with you people? You go and struggle. You wait for us to struggle and then you go and reap the fruits. Why aren't you struggling? So I took that to heart and I'm struggling now. I'm struggling. I hope I'm not struggling to speak. I'm trying to struggle against a system, which is the government is our government.
Yeah.
The president is our president. The Constitution was brought by men and women like us who are sitting here. So when we wake up in the morning and our kid doesn't have a placement and he got a B+, that's immoral. It is.
It is.
If I go to the healthcare and there's a sheet of about 50 lines, which says this one is not in, this one is not in, that one is not in, this one is not in, that's immoral. If the Minister of Health of this country has a conflict of interest inside the Ministry of Health, the Minister of Health, there are rumors. Rumors and allegations that he's the single biggest importer of, what's this malaria thing called Malaria Queen? You know the malaria tablet for children is for malaria queens?
Yeah.
There are allegations everywhere in the city that he is the biggest importer of this thing. He's sitting as the Minister of Health. and he's importing medicine from China.
Allegedly.
I mean, he could take me to court over this, and I'm willing to go and say, this is a rumor I heard, and I have a fundamental right to free speech. Unless I go somewhere and say, burn the, if you go, where free speech ends. So you go to a movie and say fire. And there's no fire and people stampede and die, you're liable for murder.
Yes.
So I think that that kind of corruption is, shameful. I think that the server, that they believe the server, and these are things in the newspaper. I'm not saying things that are outside the newspaper.
Yeah.
They're in the, if you go to the Star and you go to the corridors of power, you have read that, right? But it could not be all true, but that's a rumor or an allegation that's being printed. Correct? So it's the same thing here that I'm doing. That the server belongs to someone. Nyota belongs to someone. Our corruption in this country, if it's stopped, the nation will collapse. I'm not going to say, I'm not kidding. Corruption is in the capillaries and in the blood of this country. So for an example, a cop who takes, say, 50,000 shillings. If all the guys in the car said, you're not getting a penny, you might have a decent meal every other day. Probably won't be able to pay rent because there's no police housing. The salaries of the civil servants is 30 to 50,000 shillings. People use that on their phone. The income inequality in this country is insane. It is insane in Nigeria. It is insane in South Africa. It's insane here in Kenya. 70% of the people living in Lagos live in slums. Google it. Half the people in Nairobi live in slums, maybe more. So there's something wrong with our nation states and our countries, and that's why we have these protests by the Gen Zs.
Am I also hearing you say then, Ahmed, that without corruption, then there's the likelihood of lack of survival by people? People will not survive.
That's my view. I think one of the things that we ought to eliminate in this country by firing squad is grand corruption. Things over 100 million, 200 million, a billion, 20 billion, things, these big mega corruptions. That one is absolutely not right.
Hang them in the village square?
Yes. I don't even think they should go through a judicial system because they're raping the country. But we have to take time to grow the economy to stop crude corruption. The 100,000s, the 200,000s. You know what that does? It goes into the circuit of the economy. People buy food. People buy things like this with that money. They don't put it in a Swiss account. The people who are putting money in a Swiss account are our greatest enemies. The ones who are spending 100,000 school to take a kid back to secondary school. I mean, I look the other way. Because the conditions that we're in this country is so bad that a general break of the public order would occur.
So why is it so difficult to take control of the reins? And it is not just in Kenya, it's across. Because you speak of, the stories, for example, that come out of Nigeria, I'm hearing every day.
It's a shock.
For example, this is just an example for us to be able to understand what we're talking about here, that Nigeria cannot light up, the government cannot light up Nigeria. But where we find private companies coming in, there's 24-hour power, right? The reason behind this is that those who would be in a position to light up the country are refusing to do that because they have the contracts for bringing in lister generators to then light up through a mechanical way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That kind of corruption is the kind of corruption that I'm talking about.
That's
that
outrageous.
is killing people.
People, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so when we speak like that and we say, well, let's have a conversation, people like Ibrahim Traore, we say, no, there's no conversation that we are having. Or you be like Jerry Rawlings, who says, let's call the chiefs for a meeting in the middle of Accra, and they're not going home that night. So does it need a radical shift across board for us to embrace these things that we're talking about? And that leads us back to, does it need a turn on its axis in this thing that we call democracy? It sounds very nice when we go for meetings,
very nice.
But come on. It cannot be lived
10
out.
or 100, if 100 people in Kenya own 80% of the wealth in this country. 100 families own 80% of the wealth of Kenya. Apart from the Anglo-American companies that are here. Nigerians hold 2 to 5 trillion in Swiss accounts. They could end the debt. They could build a whole metropolis and a new Nigeria tomorrow morning, and still be left with a couple of 100 million change in their accounts, and still live in London, and drive their Bentleys. In 1973, one of the managing directors of one of these companies, parastatals, had $400 million in one account in New York. In 1973, you should Google that. I think we're playing with a revolution in this country. I think sooner or later it will happen. There is no way that the social relations in this country are going to be maintained this way. When you leave Nairobi after 15 minutes, it's bush country. If you leave Nairobi in 15-minute drive in any direction, it's bush country. Nothing is there. You just come to the city, and all the people live in Westlands, Parklands, then there's South Sea, Isli. The rest is in the slums. Then Muthaiga, where the people don't know what's going on in this country, live there. Then they're in the slums. Those are the social conditions in our country. You know, I get criticized for being very blunt. And I get very criticized for speaking about these things. I think that I'm helping my country. Because if we talk about these things, we might find solutions to it. This is the headline today of The Nation. Executive impeachment.
Impunity.
Impunity, I mean. You want to look at the Standard? Getty, 2 billion, NYS. To Ruto, Luya vote. There is no Luya vote. There's no such thing as Luya, in fact. you know, so I think that the people of Mandera, for an example, you know, I'm a Somali, you know that? Yeah, my ethnicity. So the people of Mandera are dying like the sheep and goats, and because of they have no water. You know how much money Mandera has received? 250 to 300 billion since 2010.
Yep.
Yeah. The buildings that are collapsing in South Sea. Yeah. You've seen my area where my mom lives? Those are investments by Warias.
They said it's not them.
It's not them. And it's clean money.
Kuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ni upuzi. Mimi sina ukabili kwa roho yangu. Hao ni wakora. These people are wakora. And the buildings ought to be investigated. You know, the other one, the constituency that I'm running for, right there in South Sea, it collapsed. They closed off the place. I couldn't go in to check. I'm an aspirant for the position. I don't know if that man has been arrested. He's a Somali. They should put him in jail and throw away the keys. But this is happening across the ethnic groups, you know. This is what is important. From independence, a small cabal from Kiambu simply walked into the houses in Muthaiga. They slept there. You know, when the Wazungus left, they just took over the houses. If you go to Muthaiga, the gates have the stamp of those English. The seal.
Yeah.
It's shocking. They didn't even change that. They could have put an antelope
or a lion.
Or something like that. It's bizarre.
Or maize, yeah.
It's shocking. They still have a knight with a sword.
Yeah.
Blonde. Saying, for king and country. My God. Now, I think that all bets are off because there's people who are under 25 years old, between 20 and 25. They are called the Gen Z, eh?
Yeah.
You know about these folks?
Yeah.
My kids are in it.
Yeah.
My children are not playing. They are coming here during the election. They're coming to vote. They're coming to organize. They're coming to fight for their country.
And that's the new phase of democracy and politics that is being played right now, because you look at it in terms of the majority population that you talk about across the continent are saying enough is enough. Look at whichever country you want to look at it.
And I predicted all these things here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nilisema ama sikusema? Nilisema yote.
So then ask the question. The current political dispensations, whichever country you want to look at it, are not ready for what is coming.
That's their problem. That's their problem. what is coming here in this country is 27 is not Ruto three-pronged strategy to bag Luyo votes. It's not what's coming. It's not. Yes, something very bad is about to happen in this country. These kids, I've said, they listen to people like me who are moderate. You know, I'm moderate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, people think I'm very militant. Compared to these young people, I'm very moderate. So they listen to people like me. They listen to other people. They've said political Mwangi. That fellow Mwangi made a political party. It's called a Liberation Party or something like this. And there's a group of people who said, let's not burn the country down. Let's wait for the elections. Now, what I don't know, and I don't know many things, the Gen Zs are not registering to vote.
This is true.
Do you know what they're plotting? They're plotting things that I cannot say on national television. Even I can't say it. But do you know what they're doing? They're organizing. They're organized in every location, in every constituency, in every... I've been through Langata. They come to the meeting or Anasiasa. Then after that, the young people go to wherever they go. They got the little money from these people who are pretending to want to run for the seat in Langata. And, they take money from them. They go sit somewhere and they say, okay, what do we need to do? They're taking money from politicians to organize themselves. I have a young man who works for me. I have a family member who's unwell, who takes care of him. He is 18. He's very handsome. He's very smart. The only job we could get was this job of helping this family member who's unwell. Paid maybe 15 to 20,000 shillings. That young man is the future of this country. He does not have access to second tier education. He failed in his maybe Form 4 and got a C or a D. I had a lot of C's in my first year of university. I was collecting C's, first few courses.
Like you were being paid.
After that, my dad called me, told me, what's that? He had guidance. And after that, I became an A+ student. Graduated, I was on the dean's list. So, it is guidance, it is help, it is support, it is infrastructure for young people that's going to make them bloom. They are going to be psychologically destroyed at that age if they feel that they have no hope. Then they have no stake in the system. Then they will want to destroy the system. So the political leadership in this country is concerned about what? It's concerned about meeting tribal political leaders at State House. It is concerned about sitting in brand new 4x4s and saying, "Munataka ba mutaki." There's this narrative of Kiswahili. Mimi ni fire, see fire. Munaenda, muko pamoja, mutu hatuko. It's just idiocy. It's a joke. Everybody knows the joke. I've come to believe that the people of this country come to attend these meetings to just look in awe at these people and laugh at
watching
them
a movie
and say, "Look at this idiot." That's what I think. Look, there are many alternative universes. There's the alternative universes of these people saying fire, see fire. And there's the alternative universe of Ahmed Hashi, who's guaranteed by the Constitution of Kenya, which I paid for a lot, to speak their mind about their country as a patriot and say this is not right and this is what. And to get involved in the politics of this country. As I am, I want to stand for Member of Parliament. I could go to Norway and get a nice job with my degrees. Or to England, but I am not. I came to my country to help my country because this is where I was born. This is where my fathers fought for the freedom of this country. I come from a family of freedom fighters who were put in Manyani and were sent to Kapenguria to be hanged because they were in the Mau Mau. So this militancy is in the is in the yams we eat in my home. It's in there. So what we are asking for is we want good health care. We want decent schools. We want decent infrastructure. We want corruption to be reduced to a minimum so it can fund these programs. We want children who don't pass the B+ mark at the secondary school to get programs as IT specialists, as engineers, mechanic engineers, building supervisors to earn a living. In Toronto, a sergeant in the RCMP earns the same money as the Prime Minister. He left high school. Didn't go to college. He was taken to a police training college. He went up through the ranks. He's paid as much as the doctors and the engineers and
because they understand it.
Because what we understand is that society has to live in a way that everybody is. There is gradations. I'm not saying there are no gradations, but the gradations should not cause us to fight and have angst and to feel the 7 sins of the Bible. Sloth, anger, all those things. Yes.
Haughtiness and a lines of
haughtiness and things like this.
So, if we ask that, and I've call me a revolutionary in mind, but it seems as though this thing needs to be cleared in northern Nigeria, and it may be the case for a lot of other farming communities, is that once you've harvested, you need to scorch the earth.
Yeah, burn and so it becomes fertile.
Burn the thing so that you can now grow again, and then you don't plant the same crop. You move. There's an agricultural term for it, but the thing here is that in order for you to see new and robust, progressive crop, you burn the earth and allow it to grow again, and that you ensure through the things that you do after that this crop is actually going to survive. Is that what is needed at this point? Because we seem to have been going through the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And it seems as though a redirection is needed.
I know about this. I as Ahmed, my view is that we need to be radical and we need to be militant. We need to bring to the National Assembly very militant and radical people. We need to put tremendous pressure on the system of government we have. The president reduced the taxes of international corporations in this country and told them you can come do what you want here. I think Oki reported it in the news. It's in the news. And he's taxing us to the limit. But the big boys are not. The Americans told him that if you go to China, there'll be trouble, right?
Yeah.
So see where our sovereignty is. We ought to know that the constitution that we have says that we have the right to healthcare. You have read it, right?
Yeah.
We have a right to these schools. That's all we want from this government, to organize it with our taxpayer money. Because the money you pay and I pay goes into a collective trust for them to manage it. It's not allowed that you go there and you put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's not
it's not
kosher.
allowed.
It's very bad.
It's against the law. It's bad. It's not.
And how difficult is it for people to understand that you can't put your hand in there? The only way you can understand it is to have special courts on corruption. President said that people who we got should be shot. You remember he said that?
Yes.
I agree with him. But he's just telling us that he doesn't really believe it. The president is a great politician. He is actually the epitome of politicians. I think he's the best politician Kenya's ever had.
Easily.
Yes, because he's taking everybody for a ride.
Yeah.
Mama mboga, hakuna sasa. Ni Singapore.
Yeah.
Mambo Singapore, slowly we're leaving. Ni South Korea. Ni kweli yangu. It's true. I'm not lying. So I think I think that when the president stands up and says that they don't have an agenda, what is his agenda?
Yeah.
The president said the opposition doesn't have an agenda. The opposition is not talking about it. I guarantee you the opposition will not speak about a manifesto and an agenda because they're just lazy. They have not prepared anything. They don't have a person who can reply to this government. They have Gachagua as their representative who keeps talking about Kikuyus. As if nobody else lives in this country. The Kikuyus don't like him. You know that.
They were here earlier.
They don't like the guy.
It's a different story from what you said.
Yeah, they're making tarring them with a paint that's not true. Kikuyus are outstanding citizens. They're helping us, this country, very much. But this fellow Gachagua keeps saying, ati watu yangu, you remember he said at Mangu High School, iko Somali wanakuja Mangu High School. Can you believe he said that? Can you believe that? But who chose him as deputy president? Who? Ruto did. And the guy said that, they're coming to our schools in Mangu. There is no Kikuyu Republic in this country. There is the Kenya Republic,
Indeed.
which the Kikuyu people spearheaded liberating, and they died like flies in the mountains there. It is a scandal that the same people are being told by someone like Kashagwa that you people, you should have your own little republic here and everybody else is nothing. Somalia is one nation, one country, one people, one culture, one everything. Today it's two countries. There is Republic of Somaliland and there is Somalia.
Yeah.
Sisi wa Kenya tunacheza ama hatuchezi. Iko 50 nations in this country. 50. Some drink camel milk and some eat githeri. They have nothing in common. Except what? Except this country that we
Kenya,
love, that we call Kenya, that we really don't want to. We don't want trouble. We don't want trouble in this country. But we don't want troublemakers who cause us trouble, like these politicians, who keep causing us to move backward instead of moving forward.
And yes, you bring in something that is very interesting, because if you just pause and look at the origin of the country Kenya and those who fought for it, there was no one, even the Mau Mau, the Kikuyus who spearheaded the fight, they never really fought for the Kikuyu nation. They fought for the country Kenya.
Dedan Kimathi kept on saying, I was fighting for Kenya.
That speaks for...
He died speaking for Kenya.
A united nation,
Yes.
a united country, a united people. Look at even what the Gen Z was saying.
When they were slaughtering Arab Samoei, they was talking about Kenya.
Yeah,
when they were imprisoning my uncle, they were talking about Kenya. When they were killing Kisis in Kisii County and Luos, they were talking about Kenya. The great man from Rarieda, Achieng' Oneko, was elected in here in Nakuru as a member of parliament. Can you imagine that?
And you see, Hashi, you could extrapolate that and look at that time during the Gen Z protest where Gen Z said, if he is Kikuyu, I am Kimani, I am so and so. Because they were speaking of the unity of the country.
When they were trying to tribalize it, everybody said, I'm a Kikuyu.
Yes.
These politicians need to be thrown out, Oki. They have to be thrown out. And I think that we're saving the country. We're saving ourselves. You know, I always believe, I'm a great student of Jesus Christ. Did you know that?
Well, no, I didn't. That is great.
I just love what he says. What a great man, prophet. You know, he said, I'm the way. He did not say I'm the super highway, I'm the road, I'm the kiosk or things like this.
I'm the way.
He said, I am the way. If you follow me, you will reach salvation, right? So he's talking about values.
Yeah.
Let's talk about values. And then they didn't believe it, because at that time people were very corrupt.
Right.
So the good Lord said, walk on the sea, and he walked. And he said, fish, people were hungry, and the fish came. And when the Ethiopians are celebrating John the Baptist, the baptism.
Yeah.
John saw him and said, here he is.
This is
the one we're waiting for. So it is very important for us as a country to have values. Values are great and important sinews and wires and the carburetor of a nation. It is what makes us tick. And I think that the people of this country have to just simply say, enough is enough. We are not going to accept that my kid wakes up and he has grade 10 placement, and the father is saying, I have only 30 bob. 30 bob! And he bows his head and looks at God, and he telling God, just broke my heart.
So this is the thing, because this is where the rubber meets the road, isn't it? Because Kenyans are not asking, Nigerians are not asking, South Africans are not asking, the folks from the Malagasy are not asking for you to buy them a yacht on a private island somewhere. People are saying, can I send my child to school?
Yes.
When I'm sick, can I go to a hospital that's functioning? Can I take my produce from my little 40 by 40 that I'm growing cabbage? Can I take it to the market and sell?
On profit.
On a road that is not underground. You know? Can
we just do the right thing?
Yes. Basic. So it's not magic that you're asking to happen. But it seems as though this is still very difficult for those that you've actually then donated your sovereignty to them to actually do. So it seems to me, and this may be a far-fetched thing, but that there seems to be a problem of some kind of mental incapacity when you do not understand that a man is kneeling before his child and begging God.
God, it's shocking.
And giving him 30 shillings.
Made me cry.
All he has between himself and another opportunity is 30 shillings.
Yep.
And he's giving his boy that to go to school.
Yep.
I don't understand what alternate reality you exist in when you look at that picture and you're not sleeping for the next 10 days to fix it.
I think that old man and his son should contact SpiceFM and give us their number. And we might not do something for the country, but we can do something about this boy and his dad. And if he can get us an M-Pesa number and all of us can contribute 100 bob or 1,000 bobs, I have my 1,000 in my pocket. I'll contribute. We can change that boy's life. We can't. Maybe we might not change the country, but we can change that boy's life and his dad.
Let's find him,
because we need to find him, and I think SpiceFM has a responsibility to find that guy and to make sure that for the next few years that boy is, and Kenyans will give it to him.
Yeah,
Kenyans will give their 50 cents and 100 shillings because they know and they feel they've been there, they've done that, they know it. So they're willing to stand up for people like that. But ultimately, we all have to stand up. We all have to stand up. We all have to be fishers of men. We all have to follow Jesus. We all have to say that if we don't follow the way, then we will be lost. And I think that preaching is not enough. It's political action that's going to help us. And one of the things about political actions is men and women of goodwill to stand for elections. I'm standing for Langata. I'm not going to take a salary. Yes, the TV is there, right? There's a microphone here.
Yes.
My salary will go to single women with children who are homeless, who have nothing. Every Sunday, in all the locations of Langata, in cash. So what am I going to do at the National Assembly if I'm not going to take a salary? You're shocked, eh?
No.
Why are you shocked?
Not.
I'm not kidding. I will be elected, and every Sunday, SpiceFM can send a camera and show that I'm going to give this salary away. I'm not kidding. I'm going to do it. I've got 1 or 2 other sources of income. My kids are alive. They're doing well. They can pay for some of my basic needs. Of course, I have sitting allowances. I think it's enough. My sitting allowance will be about 500,000 shillings. Now, what in God's name do you need more than 500,000 shillings a month? Or even if it's 700 for a person like me. I mean, the apartments there are 200,000, 150,000. The car is about 100,000. 500,000 is enough for you to go. You're not doing quarry. You're speaking. What is it that you're doing? You're just speaking. You're writing laws, eh? Why do you need 2 million shillings to do that? Because we didn't want them to be corrupted by the State House, right? But the ante is up now. 5 million.
Right.
10 million.
That's the going
20
rate.
million. So what they did is the executive just put up the rate up. And of course the politicians went
berserk.
I am not going to take a salary for Langata for 5 years. And I'm not going to stand again. I'm going to stand one time, set an example, and go back to what I was doing before. I don't need to be president of Kenya. I don't need it. I don't have that ego. There's some people who are just mad. Taking this job is just psychological mess. You can't wear jeans. You have to be,
You're going to have a hard time, actually.
You can't even eat. Your food has to be tasted. What's going on? You can't go to the restaurant. You can't have a girlfriend. Who wants that job? But we need. I'm not qualified for that job. I don't want to be qualified for that job. But someone needs to find someone who can take that, but also has the heart to help these people.
Hashi, you just spoke about you get to power and what you'll do with that as member of parliament, and that speaks of servant leadership that the country really needs. Someone who will look at his or her people and say there's a problem and I need to fix it. The way I need to do it is I have been donated to power by the people. I will go to parliament, I will legislate, I will oversight, and I will represent.
I'll do my job.
And I will do my job. Today, unfortunately, politics in the country is seen as the easiest way out of poverty.
We have to
and
break
that is where the problem is at.
We have to break that. What's more important for you to have a name? What's more important for you is for young people to be proud of you. What's more important is therefore to be a mean income in this country. I think one of the policies that I want to give is, in the first sitting of the National Assembly, is to give 10,000 shillings to young men, women, who have one child or two, to give them 10 to 20,000 shillings a month. Do you know how that's going to help the economy? They'll take that money, they'll pay rent, they'll buy diapers, they'll buy food, they'll buy a refrigerator. It will spur the economy. I'm not kidding. It's simple economics. Give direct cash payment to these people who are earning a certain amount of money every month. You know, those who earn about 25,000, or the lady earns another 25,000. You give them another 20,000, so they earn 70,000. What are they going to do? They're going to save money. It's going to go into the banks. We're going to borrow that money. They're going to take that money. They're going to buy food. What is that going to do? It's going to help Mama Mboga. It's going to spur the economy. It's going to bring people into the economy who are not there before. This economics is not rocket science. You know, the other day, they appointed all these people as economic advisors.
Oh yeah, there's quite some of them.
You just need one economic advisor. And that guy is called Professor Anyang Nyong'o. You just call that guy. He's my teacher. And I look up to him. Call him and call Ahmed Hashi as his Mugduya Mukono. And then we could tell the president, you know, we have no problem with the president. We just want him to do the right thing. I have no problem with him, you know.
If he was doing the right thing, now, you know, you'd be okay.
Yeah, be okay. We're just asking, you know, that this is not the right, it's not working. And, you know, if he came with his ideas and it's not working, now he's poaching all the economic advisors from my political party. Used to be my political party, ODM. So I think that if he wants an economic advisor, he did appoint Michael Chege and Anyang Nyong'o. I think they're the most brilliant people in this country. I really believe that. And I think they're going to help this country. We want people like that. So that I don't have to come to the SpiceFM, right, and talk about these things. Michael Chege and Mr. Anyang Nyong'o are probably the two people in this country who, if they're given the independence to run the economy, we will go very far. Very far. So, and I also saw Professor Wamunyange. I mean, he's my friend. I mispronounced his name. Great guy.
Wanyande.
Yeah, Wanyande. I think there's a group of people in this country who are very bright, and they should, I understand foreign affairs, right?
Okay.
Why should I not be appointed? I don't want to be Minister of Foreign Affairs. Not interested. But, you know, we should advise the president on foreign affairs. Don't do that and don't do this.
Yeah, this might cause a little bit of a rift if you did.
I predicted everything here.
Yes,
did I not predict?
You did.
I did.
You did.
And it happened. Why? Because I understand political economy. That's it.
So is there a need, because this is where we started off in this conversation then, is there a need to shift government administrative systems, or is there a need to actually just do what you're supposed to do? You can have democracy work for you, you know. I coined it that, you know, work out your own democracy with fear and trembling.
Absolutely.
Do it the way in which you can. You don't have to now reconstitute things and say, no, because if it is based on the people, they're asking you for a certain thing. Just not even do what they ask. Do what the law says.
Look, Nduh, Mwangi walking down the street, we can elect him to come here and become the presenter, right? But he cannot do the job that Nduh is doing. Nduh is brilliant. She does a great job. You do a great job. Brilliant, right? Democracy is asking people who know not much to elect
somebody
to do the job.
Yeah.
It's a very flawed system. It's a terrible system. It's a pathetic system, actually. But it's better than a monarch. Better than what? Military rule. Better than what?
Autocracy.
Autocracy. Because I cannot be arrested for what I've said. If we were living under autocracy, military rule, police state, I'd be arrested. Sent to detention. And also, there is something called a constitutional system of government. That is why democracy inherently is topsy-turvy. Because the people who elect them don't know much about what's going on. And this is from Plato's Republic, you know.
Indeed.
The guy who's the sailor. You're all in a rough storm. Who do you elect? Do you elect the cook to be the... No. You elect Ahmed Hashi, who's a good captain, to go and run the ship.
The guy who's been on the water and understands how to navigate.
That's the criticism of democracy. It's in the Republic. But we don't have a better system. We don't. And until we craft a better system than electing the people that we want to get into office, I think that we are going to be in this milieu of topsy-turvy corruption of 6.2 billion, which is being disputed by the supply chain.
We're ready for that change?
Inshallah. You know, my faith is Islam. It's a beautiful religion, like any other religion. And it says in Surah Al-Rahman, وَلَا يُزِيدُ ظَالِمِينَ إِلَّا خَسَارًا, that if you oppress people and you just bring them down, the wrath of the Lord is going to come after you. So we need to be moral beings to reject this kind of poverty that we have in this country, where you can go down the road and see a woman and her child, and everybody in a BMW is just driving, not asking them, why is this woman in such trouble? You know what we've become? Pathetic human beings, because we've lost the ability to care, because we only want to care about ours. And if we think that we can live in this world by just caring about what we have, that is how all those revolutions happen. And in Kenya, we need to change direction to stop this kind of upuzi. Yeah.
There's a lot to be done, and my final question here, even as we wrap up this hour, is that there's been the thought that economies, in order for economies to thrive, that you have to build, you have to make, you have to manufacture and sell for profit. And so the handout mechanism doesn't really work because you have not empowered people. Do you think that would be the same here in Kenya?
Britain, under Clement Attlee in 1945, was a socialist economy. He brought the national healthcare to life, public housing. He spurred the economy. If you study Clement Attlee's economy, you think you're in Russia. It is the state that is responsible for spurring the economy. There's nobody ever made money, grew a country out of the stock market. It never happened. In fact, what stock markets do is crash everybody, crash our investments. We want to put our investments in things that work, in wheat mills, in wheat fields, in maize fields, in chemical things like this. These things that are there, the bread and butter of a republic. And that is the kind of economy that we need to talk about. We don't need to talk about an economy of the stock market. And what they're trying to do here, through the economic advisors, and I'm glad that Mr. Nyong'o and Chege have gotten in, the social democrats, they're going to say this is nonsense, and that the scientific proof to say so.
Ahmed Hashi is a governance expert and has been here with us this morning. You said something fundamental, and we close on that we see that there's a problem, and so we have conversations to see how we can fix them, so that everybody puts their heads together.
Cutting edge conversations.
And that's why we do the things that we do on the show every day, to have those conversations. So thank you for joining us in that.
I love this show. It's I think it's the best show in the country.
Say it again,
and you guys, what you're doing is a civic duty. You're just not doing a job. You're really helping this country. Because you remember when I said someone is watching me in Benin? Did you know when you go to the comments, the guy said, hey, it's me. I'm in Benin watching. SpiceFM.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Amina. Thank you very much for being here this morning. Folks, thanks for joining in the conversation. Everybody who's been on our socials, Asante Sana, and for audiences on KTN through the day. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
I want the picture, man. In my glasses.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lam Ubaga. The Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya have warned the public against circulating private images and videos without consent, stressing the severe harm such actions inflict on victims and the legal consequences for those involved. Now, the caution follows the circulation over the weekend of videos of a Kenyan woman in an intoxicated and vulnerable state. In the footage, a man is seen lifting her dress and recording her without consent, raising serious concerns about privacy, exploitation, and online ethics. The incident sparked national outrage and renewed debate around consent, online harassment, exploitation, and the responsibilities of social media users. FIDA Kenya noted that Kenya law provides robust protections against such violations, including constitutional safeguards on privacy and human dignity. A multi-agency team has intercepted a Kenya-bound bus from Tanzania carrying cannabis worth about 2.5 million shillings at the Namanga one-stop border post. The Directorate of Criminal Investigation says officers recovered 84 kilograms of cannabis during a routine inspection of a Kidia 1 express bus. The driver, 37-year-old George Ngoba, and the conductor, 25-year-old Trisha Lucas, both Tanzanian nationals, were arrested while the drugs were seized as exhibits. The DCI says the operation highlights the government's commitment to combating drug trafficking through coordinated enforcement. Two men accused of running elaborate social media scams promising to alter Kenya's certificate of secondary school education results were released on a 70,000 shillings bond each after appearing before the Milimani Chief Magistrate Court. David Opio Odhiambo and Albert Kerry Nyandianga appeared before Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina following an application by the DCI which sought custodial orders and search warrants to continue investigations into alleged cybercrime